everyone, and welcome to the Blockchain Summit. So it's a little bit quicker than we were anticipating. So we are going to actually be starting the event now. We've got so much in store for you today, so I hope you truly are excited. I mean, I know last night's event was pretty crazy, so that's probably why we haven't started exactly on time today, but we're going to make sure that we have so many panel discussions for you, so many intriguing topics to speak about. So it's my pleasure to be hosting this event today. My name is Lily, and I actually am a podcast host of Talk Crypto to Me, so I'm very much, engrossed in this industry. I absolutely adore being part of innovation, and what a better place to be than being here in Dubai, being with such creative, incredible thought thinkers that we've got so much in store to find out today. And I'm going to take this moment just to thank our sponsors today, because obviously it's been a very big effort to put everything together from yesterday's event to today. And we also have our award show later today, so I hope you're all very much excited for that. So let's do a special thanks to our sponsors. We have Islamic Coin, we have Sidus Heroes, we have Stable Opinion, we have Firechain, we have Aquachain, Dabur, Danube Properties, and the Nakai Group. So I'm probably going to be mentioning them a few times today, but a special thanks to all of them for putting together such an incredible event. Obviously, we have Vertex Events putting this all together for you guys today, so we hope you enjoy everything we have in store for you. I would also like to say a special thanks to His Excellency Francois Robota Masambuku for being here today. So thank you for joining us. We're excited to hear from you very shortly. So I would like to invite to stage Dr. Farzam Kamambaldi. So please come up to stage and we will begin proceedings. Thank you.
Greetings and best morning, although late morning. Please, friends, welcome to sit down. It is an honor and pleasure to be amongst mostly friends and in a very informal way discuss about the future and the direction of blockchain, crypto, and global digital economy. I will be very brief because of the time. The main message is to explain that our entire industry of blockchain, crypto, digital is moving towards a totally new stage. In fact, it has faced the greatest challenge yet, and yet it will emerge in the most forceful way. The entire global economy of $200 trillion, we are in the blockchain crypto only 0.5%. We are less than 1%. It went up to 1.5%, it came down. 1/3 of the industry was wiped out, only in 1 year. However, we know that in the future, the entire the economy of the world, the whole, by then, $300 trillion, all of it, 95, 98, 99, 100% of it, sooner or later, will become totally digital. That is the inevitable. And it will be beyond blockchain. Other enablers will appear, quantum computing, spatial web, and way beyond that. So it's called faster, larger transactions, automatic, and seamless, and yet accumulated and distributed. However, there are a few corrections that will be made. And the corrections are in the following areas. I have given a package of advice as invited by the US's #1 federal institution to manage and correct the whole industry. So in that package, I have said the whole industry, first, layer 0 protocol, layer 1 and layer 2 and exchanges. there are a few irregularities. All the exchanges have exaggerated in the past. So they are using algorithm and bots and creating 20x, 50x, 100x extra. And so first, you cannot take away algorithm from the whole computing and economy, but you can use it only for analysis and not for market making. So zero bots, zero basically algorithm in market making. So we do what we say what we do, and it will be a real reflection. If 100,000 transactions per day, we don't say it 2 million transactions per day. We don't exaggerate. And beyond that, the exchanges are like fund management. They should keep only 2 to 5% of the money into their own accounts. The rest, all the exchanges should utilize third-party custody. So we will not have FTX syndrome appear again and again. This is only on one layer. The two main suggestions that I told to the highest level in the FBI, that by this implementation, 99% of the crime will be wiped out automatically. But then there are other angles where we have to do corrections. The other correction is that we will not first create coins, go vertical, with no real value underlying. This is called actually crowd financing. The whole industry must move away 100% from crowd financing, start creating first the horizontal, that is the assets, operations, and processes, or combination of that. Have real business underlying, on top of which, on top of this horizontal operation efficiency, create the benchmark of value called coins or tokens or crypto, and not the other way around. The whole first generation, the first 12, 15 years went the wrong direction because it was the crowd financing mentality. I wrote about these 5 years ago, 7 years ago. I was the first speaker of the Dubai Future Blockchain Summit, and exactly this. So the correction will be no more horizontal second, horizontal first. You deliver the promises of white paper first, then create a coin on top of it, so that the coin will be stable and goes on. Whether it is utility or invest in stable coin or investments, it will be solid. The other principle of the changes will be what I called the medley. The medley between, the whole crypto started as a good motive for creating justice, economic justice. That was the whole motive of it. They went anti-governmental and anti-banking because they thought that the government is suppressing the masses and the people, and the banking is stifling the growth of the rise of the poor and the impoverished and the affluence creation on a large scale. However, those who became super rich in the crypto, they themselves forgot their own mission of economic justice, a majority of them. So now that will be corrected again. That means we will have a situation where it will be a medley of government-driven, institutional, and private in a basically multiplay hybrid system. So a superhighway with many loops, let's call it. The future of the blockchain will be much more involvement of the government, much more regulation, and hopefully, based on my advice to the US federal government, you cannot stifle the whole industry. You cannot control it, but you can better manage it. So they will go for a better management rather than control. If you can't beat them, join them. Why would you want to beat them? Join them in the first place. So the next phase of the industry will be actually not being controlled and stampeded upon by the government, but actually empowered. The governments themselves will get into the digital economy, will turn their fiat currencies in digital. I don't call it digital currency, I call it a different name. It's called currency digitalized, very different. They will be creating the 240 countries, each one of them, and sometimes in groupings, such as BRICS. So Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, they are creating their own coin. So it's going to be government-driven rather than only private-driven. it will be a hybrid between decentralized but also centralized. There is not going to be ever any possibility of fully decentralized system in the world, because any entity, even a family, has an order and has also law within their system. So are the communities, and so are the nations, and beyond that, and a world federation government, but never excessively centralized, and never in chaotic, totally decentralized. It will be again a medley. That is the world polity social order. So will it be in the digital economy. So again, the idea of a superhighway with many loops in and out. But the entire value chain, whether physical, tangible, intangibles, mental, and art, and all the creative forces, all can be calculated, can be given value on coin creation, and can be all playing in a fully functioning, harmonious digital world economy civilization of the future. In no more than 10 years, the classic stock markets will give way to the digital stock markets or exchanges that are, as I said, freed from exaggeration and algorithms and bots in the market making, and at the same time their money is held with responsibility at the third party custody. And then again, the healthy medley of government, private, and institutions. And finally, the problems that exist in the 3,000 coins of today. Under the disguise of pump and then more pump, actually still is pump and dump. So we will get away from that, I call it, crowd financing mentality. And it exists in the regular stock markets also. It's not something that is new to the digital exchanges and the digital projects, but the exaggeration here is much, much higher than even the basically Ponzi schemes that were prevalent in the classic stock markets. So we will find an era of more transparency, more government regulations, more government joining rather than a control and beating down. That's why I said to the FBI, I'm saving you $10 billion as your advisor, because you don't go after one by one finding the villains. There is no villains. The villains are created in a wrong and totally haphazard ecosystem. Once the ecosystem is much more reasonable and well managed and organized, then it will be a very smooth. The basic foundation of the future digital economy will be what we call real value. The real value will be in the form of assets, tangible and intangible, services, and also creativity forces. They will be again be given a precise valuations and more accurate, and they will be interchanging their value in the form of blockchain, crypto projects, and also exchanges. And most of it will be built on top of grassroots up. What we call decentralization is actually participation of the grassroots. That's why I stopped my speech, and it was designed this way. Now I am transfer it to say that as an example of the future blockchain and crypto utilization, we will see that the utilization will be in what we call the rural economy, the townships, the villages, and in the forms of agriculture, water, food security, mining, artisanal mining, banking, we call it the village banking, microcredit, and all other operations that you can see in the smaller communities, but much larger of them. However, most of them are not yet online. So structure of connectivity and also data centers all have to spread from the centralized cities to the smaller cities, all the way to the townships and villages. As you may know, the entire world of 8 billion population, 88 to 90% of it still lives in the rural areas. So that means 6 to 7 billion population of the world. And that is the target of the blockchain, moving more down to the grassroots. That is why I have invited, especially as an example, the great country, the super rich, the most rich country of the world, potentially, sleeping assets. That is called the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So the country has 100 million population, 88% is in the rural area. And I will introduce our honorable minister and delegation of 12 who have come specially from the Congo. Before that, just 1 minute, and then we will invite the minister. And I created a whole movement called the Collective Peaceful Rise of Africa, and wrote an open paper, whether you call it black paper instead of white paper. It is a manifesto called Future Trends Africa Manifesto, where the entire focus that I had given to China for 30 years as a laser zoom, the whole thing is now shifted to Africa. The entire world will be moving towards Africa. The US economy, my old-time friend Janet Yellen of 25 years before, she went to Africa and announced the content of the Future Trends Africa Manifesto. Africa will set the trajectory of the global finance and economy. 1/4 of the economy. Sir William Ruto, the president of Kenya, whom I met in Washington, D.C. in the US-Africa President Summit, said that the total economy of Africa is $3.5 trillion. Within a decade, it will be 10 to 20x. We will be expecting a $30 to $60 trillion economy in Africa within a decade. That is the creation of 20 nations that are first-class nations, $1 trillion economy each, and they will be exporting aid rather than receiving aid. And this is a phenomenon that will happen within a decade. With that, as an example, as a leader of the masses of Africa in the rural economy, it's my honor to invite our partner, friend, brother, Sir Francois, His Excellency, the Minister of the Rural Economy of the Congo. Please. Do we have a second microphone? Because I will stay on the floor. Huh? Thank you. Yeah, I will. I have something. His Excellency will be speaking in French, and not that I am a French expert, but are you going to be here with us, Sir George? And Your Excellency, you want to speak here or with this? Okay, so very good. Kindly, with a warm applause, welcome our dearest His Excellency. You have the file? Okay. So then, with that permission, I don't remain on the stage. So the floor is in your hands. You can take this one. Take this one. I don't need to be. Thank you, everyone.
Je voudrais d'abord vous remercier pour l'invitation que vous nous avez faite.
I would like to thank you for the invitation.
Je suis, comme vous l'avez entendu, M. François Rubuta Masumbuko, ministre d'État en charge du développement rural.
I am the Minister of Rural Development in the Democratic Republic of Congo, also known as DRC.
Je conduis une forte délégation.
I have a very strong delegation with me,
composée du secrétaire général au développement rural,
that includes the Secretary of the Rural Development,
de mon épouse,
of my wife,
du directeur de cabinet du ministère du développement rural,
and the directors of the cabinet as well for the same rural development organization,
accompagné de sa fille,
with his daughter as well,
deux conseillers,
and advisors,
une conseillère accompagnée également de sa fille,
and daughters as well,
et des chargés d'études.
And the the ones that do the study.
C'est une très grande délégation
It's a very big delegation,
qui est pour moi une expression de l'importance que j'ai accordée à l'invitation que vous nous avez faite.
and this is why I think the invitation that you made from my country is very important, and that's why I bring them here today.
Son Excellence, Son Altesse le Prince, ici représenté par Monsieur le ministre de la Culture et de la Tolérance, avec l'expression de mes sentiments de déférence.
Yes, I would like to thank the Minister of Tolerance and Culture for the invitation to come here.
Monsieur le Président fondateur de Vertex-Events,
And the President of Vertex, in this case Pushkinagha.
distingués invités à vos titres et qualités, tout protocole observé.
And all the guests that are with us here today.
Je voudrais vous transmettre les salutations du peuple congolais,
I would like to give to you the thanks, regards from the Congolese people that are not here today but are here in spirit.
Permettez-moi donc, avant toute chose, de rendre gloire à Dieu,
I would like to say thanks to God,
créateur de toutes choses sans lequel rien ne peut être organisé.
Without him, nothing could actually be put together.
Je rends un vibrant hommage à Son Altesse le Prince,
And big thanks to His Highness the Prince as well,
qui de main de maître a, malgré ses multiples occupations,
that will be, I guess, with us later today as well.
a accepté de patronner cette activité de haute portée.
That gives his patronage to the event that we are participating here today.
Il s'avère impérieux de vous présenter l'organisation qui nous accueille,
It is a pleasure to present to you the organization that has put this event together and welcomes you
dans ce beau cadre Grand Hyatt de Dubaï.
In this location known as the Grand Hyatt of Dubai
pour une activité qui prendra 2 jours
for a 2-day event that started yesterday and today the second day,
selon le programme qui nous a été présenté.
with the program that was presented to us and put together for all the attendees here.
Qu'est-ce que Vertex Event?
What is Vertex Events?
C'est une organisation innovante
It is an organization that promotes innovation,
et dynamique située à Dubaï, aux Émirats Arabes Unis.
located here in the United Arab Emirates.
Comprenant les exigences du marché,
That understands the requirements of the market,
des professionnels et des employés de divers secteurs,
of the employees of the various sectors that are part of the Dubai economy.
Vertex Events répond aux besoins de ses partenaires
Vertex Events responds to the needs of its partners that help put together this event that you are here today.
en organisant des événements tels que des conférences,
Organizing events such as the one that you are here today to attend,
selon des thèmes dédiés à des événements de développement,
including teams or TAMs that are or represent the topics that are actually covered here today, like for example blockchain, technology, and so on.
en tenant compte de la mondialisation et de la lutte contre le réchauffement climatique.
Take into account the effects of things like globalization as well as elements of global warming as well.
Vertex Events est donc une entreprise qui rassemble les entrepreneurs en cours
Vertex Events is an organization that represents the innovators and startups that make up this group of organizations.
De chercher des solutions adaptées aux différents problèmes,
Looking to solutions that actually solve these problems, such as mentioned before, global warming, as well as globalization, digitalization, etc.
de la population dans divers pays du monde en réunissant autour d'une table les entrepreneurs.
So bringing together all these entrepreneurs around a round table such as we have here today for discussions.
Les leaders politiques aussi,
There is also political leaders amongst us today,
les décideurs,
decision makers,
les investisseurs et sur ces encore.
and also investors as well, and thought leaders.
Vertex Event est donc défini comme une entreprise ambitieuse au service de l'humanité.
So Vertex is ambitious, or an organization with ambitious goals to help the goals for humanity.
Quant au sommet Vertex Blockchain de Dubaï 2023,
In relationship to the Vertex blockchain event of 2023,
aujourd'hui, de plus en plus d'organisations et d'entreprises
more and more today, the enterprise organizations are
avec l'implosion du numérique,
looking towards what we call digitalization, or moving towards the digital economy.
organisent des événements tels que celui qui nous réunit aujourd'hui,
So looking for the events such as the one that we have here, or are we participating together today?
où chacun d'entre nous a l'occasion d'avoir
Where every one of us has the chance to
et de découvrir des opportunités en or
and
pour les
looking,
entreprises.
and looking for new ventures or ways to develop the startups and enterprises that are here.
Le développement du monde rural avec le blockchain
The usage of blockchain in rural development,
car tout est bousculé par cette implosion ou explosion de l'économie numérique
where it includes the implosion or explosion of this numerical integration, which is also affecting the rural economy as well,
qui
or the
appelle,
development of rural economy.
qui appelle de nouvelles réponses internationales aux grands problèmes mondiaux.
So that is trying to solve global problems as well.
Son Excellence, Son Altesse, ici représentée,
Your Highness, here represented,
distingués invités
very distinguished guests
à cet événement,
in this event,
Son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République démocratique du Congo, Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo,
and also not here, but the head of state for Congo, His Highness Felix,
a mis en place au sein du gouvernement Jean-Michel Samaloukonde, Premier ministre,
and also put the Premier Minister or Prime Minister in charge to achieve these objectives.
un ministère du numérique en vue de faire de nouvelles technologies un levier d'intégration.
So looking towards the implementation of these numerical or digitization technologies,
De bonne gouvernance,
and also governance as well,
de croissance économique
economical development as well,
et de progrès social,
and social evolution as well,
tel que voulu dans le plan numérique national Horizon 2025.
which is part of the long-term plan for DRC.
Je voudrais donc vous dire que 80% de la population congolaise
I would like to let you know that 80% of the Congolese population,
pays solution aux problèmes de l'environnement,
that is looking for solutions to environmental problems.
vit dans les milieux ruraux
So this population lives in the rural areas.
et périurbains.
Repeat,
Et périurbains.
Yeah, and also in the urban areas as well.
Dans le cadre de sa mission,
As part of this mission,
le ministère du Développement rural,
the Ministry of Rural Development,
dont j'ai le plaisir de tenir les rênes,
for which I am responsible for,
a relevé le besoin de travailler sur la transition numérique.
as the goal and mandate to make this transition towards numerical economy or digital economy,
Dans les milieux ruraux et périurbains.
and in the context of the urbanization as well, by which it is circled as well,
À divers niveaux avec pour objectif
with many dimensions and quite a few objectives.
l'introduction stratégique et l'application de l'utilisation systématique de la blockchain
With or making use of the technology of blockchain to make sure this implementation proceeds in a successful way.
et des systèmes numériques en vue de développer les zones rurales.
And looking towards developing these rural zones or digitizing these rural zones.
Pour tous les secteurs, à savoir
For many sectors,
l'agriculture,
agriculture,
la desserte en eau potable et en électricité,
towards drinking water and electrification,
les routes de desserte agricole,
also the ways or roads for, oh boy, what's the right term for tracking or delivering the rural products,
la santé,
the health,
l'alimentation,
the food,
la microfinance,
microfinance,
bref, les besoins sociaux de base.
including all the basic elements of needs.
Car, dit-on, le développement doit partir de la base.
Because everything starts with a good foundation.
Et comme vous le savez, notre président de la République a une vision de la révolution du sol sur le sous-sol.
Our Felix has a vision, or His Highness Felix, of the ground under the ground.
Dans cet esprit,
With this, all these items in mind,
si nous voulons avoir une économie numérique véritablement universelle,
we're looking towards universal digitalization or using of numerical economy.
il conviendrait d'accorder plus d'attention au processus d'accession
Looking towards a complete access or a complete process, including
à l'utilisation des systèmes numériques et de la blockchain.
all the digitization in integration with blockchain as well.
Je ne voudrais pas clore mon propos
So looking forward to present this to the audience here present today,
sans remercier nos partenaires du groupe Future Trend,
without forgetting to thank our partners, Future Trends,
de Monsieur le Président Farzam Kamalabadi,
for the President, Dr. Farzam Al-Kalamabadi,
organisateur de l'activité pour l'initiative combien louable
organizer of some of these key activities within our country,
de réunir les personnalités du monde des affaires
which an extremely worldwide reputation in business development and business evolution,
des décideurs et des leaders
and as both a decision maker
pour
and a
réfléchir,
leader,
sur les questions de l'évolution du monde quant au numérique.
and to make sure that the evolution of the digital world takes place.
Son Altesse, ici représentée, distingués invités,
Also His Highness, which is represented here, as well as the distinguished guests as well.
Je ne voudrais pas abuser de votre temps,
We would not want to take too much of your time,
mais veux est de vous souhaiter une participation active
and looking for you to have an active participation,
à tous
everyone together.
et soyez les bienvenus à ce grand rendez-vous du donner et du recevoir dans ce beau cadre de l'hôtel Grand Yacht à Dubaï.
And I wish you the greatest and warmest welcome towards this great venue, Grand Hyatt in Dubai.
À mon nom propre et au nom de toute ma délégation,
In my own name, in the name of my delegation,
je dis et je vous remercie.
and I thank you very much. So thank you.
You are welcome.
Thank you so much to Farzam and His Excellency for the amazing speeches. It is honestly such a pleasure to see so many people now in the audience. We really are all gathering together and we have so much in store for you. So it is time now to start with some of our technical topics, which really is what we're all gathered here for, to discuss innovation and what is coming next in this industry. So we are starting with a journey from Web 2 to Web 3, how digital leaders are embracing Web 3. And so on our panel, we have our moderator, Anita Kalergis. I hope I got that right. We have YouTuber Sapna Singh. We have Pedro Rivera, blockchain investor and advocate. We have Pekka Kalka, the CEO of Yotta Chain Mina. We have Bruce Porter, the founder of Washington Elites, and we have Khalid Sheikh, CEO of Sokor. So please, I welcome you all to stage, and everyone put your hands together for this incredible panel discussion. Let's get started.
Thank you so much, Lily. And of course, thank you, Cashaa, thank you, Vertex, for having us here today. And I'm very honored and happy to be here on stage and sharing the stage with these amazing technology experts. Thank you. So I would want to start very quickly introducing myself and then each and every panelist in turn. So my name is Anita Kalergis. I'm also known as Crypto Granny. And my mission is to involve everyone to enjoy and to get on board in the technological and economical revolution that we are experiencing today. So please, if each and every one, tell very briefly who you are and why have you been invited to this panel today?
Hello everyone, my name is Sapna Singh. I'm from India. I'm a crypto influencer, I'm an author, and I'm a speaker now. And, I started my journey in 2016 in crypto. I started educating people about crypto. And I'm in this field because of the love that I have for technology, because I came from a tech background. I'm a software engineer by myself, but I chose crypto because I think it is a financial market which is tech driven, and that interests me a lot.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Pekka Kelkka, originally from Finland, 17 years in Dubai next April. So I've been online since '94, since the birth of internet, when the first internet browser Netscape was launched. Last 7 years I've been full-time on blockchain and cryptos. Last 2.5 years advising projects from Argentina, US, Europe, here and in China.
Hello everyone, my name is Khalid Sheikh and I'm the CEO of Sokor's decentralized NFT marketplace. We provide art, sports memorabilia and sports collectibles on our platform. with the power of NFT.
Hey, what's up, you guys? My name is Pedro Rivera, blockchain advocate, investor, community builder, and I like to have good vibes. So she asked why we're here on stage. Very simple. So we got some good vibes. We can have a little fun. We add a little spice and a little color to the commentary.
Excellent. And obviously, one of the things that makes me especially happy to see the panelists I have here, because diversity, I think, is one of the things that we should be looking into even more and more, and meaning that it's not involving only female and male, but obviously representatives from all around the world, as well as younger and elder, where obviously Granny comes to the second part. Some wise has said that in a simple terms, Web 1 is reading, Web 2 is reading and writing, and Web 3 is reading, writing, and owning. So my first question to you all is that how would you describe the key differences between Web 2 and Web 3 in terms of technology and user experience as well?
Thank you for the question. In recent year, we have seen a dramatic shift over how word interact with web. In 1990, Web 1 is started, and where we used to read only content on internet. But after some years, Web 2 era has started, which totally changed the way we look at into the web. And in this era, we can not only read the content, but we can write also by sharing the information or by creating content. And I have to say that Web 3 is something that Web 3 is something that started very early and going very good. We are connecting people all over the world in Web 2, and Web 2 is nothing but the internet that we are using currently. And in it, the problem that we are facing right now is we can share the content, we can connect with the people, but the problem that we are facing is the security and transparency, or we can say it is more decentralized. So now to eliminate this decentralization part, we are entering into new era, which is Web 3. And in Web 3, we are going to say web, which is going to be decentralized. And by decentralized, I mean that the web is going to be more secure, more transparent, and more user-focused.
Lovely. Pekka.
Right. First of all, as they say, data is new oil. And the existing internet, which we can consider Web 2, by the way, Web 2 is a kind of new term, and it was like considered internet before we started to talk about Web 2 and Web 3 in Web 1. And as data is new oil, it's all about the data ownership. And the Web 3 will, in the end, it means that every one of us here in this great event and everywhere in the world, we can participate on this environment, decentralized environment, by owning these networks, owning these applications, generating even money with these cryptocurrencies, which are data again on the smart contract platforms. So it's all about the data ownership, decentralization of the data ownership.
Thank you. Khalid, your view.
So I'll make it simple, Web 2, we are more dependent on centralized systems, and if we want to use social media, if we want to use some systems, we are bound to use centralized systems, centralized servers. And when it comes to Web 3, it is more peer-to-peer and decentralized systems, and everyone can be part of the system, but can own their own data, and it is more transparent, it is more more feasible for everyone. So it is Web 3.
Yes, true. Pedro.
Hey, what's up? So Web 1, is very simple, right? You just read, like you explained, right? You're able to see the information that's online. You really can't contribute. Obviously, in Web 2, you're able to contribute, which is what we currently act with, right? With the social media platforms, we contribute to the information that's online and so on and so forth. But, you know, we're kind of getting screwed for, you know, the monetization of the participation that we actually have with these current companies. And Web3 obviously is read, write, and own. That own will come in a variety of factors, right? So a lot of people think NFTs are dead. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. NFTs is JPEGs are probably dead. Good, or shit anyway. But the truth is, you have the true power of NFTs is in the IP, intellectual property, right? And as smart contracts progress and as protocols, decentralized protocols progress, right? I don't know where this concept of a centralized future comes from. What we've been building for the past 10 years are decentralized systems. So as decentralized protocols and smart contracts progress, and the technology behind NFTs progresses, everything that you do in terms of interaction online will be minted into NFTs. All of your identification, everything will be actually through the process of NFTs. As the creation, as the rollout of the soul-bound NFTs that Vitalik is creating, when you actually have all of your school records and your medical records and everything as that be attached to you, our world will change. And with this, you'll be able to use your data in different ways that you can currently do, and you'll no longer be getting screwed by companies. And a great aspect, a great example of that is what's taking place in the music industry, right, in the entertainment business. The entertainment business is something that people have been taking advantage of throughout the beginning of time. But throughout, as the technology will progress and people are able to use or keep their creations of their intellectual property and be able to leverage that in a variety of ways, this is what the future will look like when you talk about read, write, and own your data.
Great. And you kind of touched already around my next question. No, it's all good.
Give me 1 second. There was something you said that was very key when you started off. And you talked about how there was the diversity in our industry. As you guys see, right, I'm not exactly your typical financial services or technology guy. I got into this industry with no financial services experience, no technology experience 8 years ago. And that was one of the things that drew me to it, right, is there's no barrier entry. So I come from New York City, and I obviously have an urban background, but I'm Puerto Rican, and in those industries, they're heavily dominated by people who don't look like me, right? So this no barrier entry is extremely important, especially when we start talking about people from different parts of the world and so on and so forth, for women especially. So you don't need any permission to get active in our space. And that's something that's extremely key, and that's one of the best aspects of Web3. But go ahead.
Yes, true, and I truly agree with you totally. But now, when we talk about Web3, obviously most of the audience as well here are entrepreneurs, and it comes down to, you know, business in the end of the day, nevertheless. So how do you see, does Web3 actually enable new business models and revenue streams as compared to what was possible with Web 2. So do you think we will have new?
Yeah, we can definitely create a new businesses by using Web 3, by building, developing decentralized application, dApps, and in that we can do like decentralized finance, decentralized social media, decentralized e-commerce. It's a very there are a lot of fields that where we can use this Web3, and in many ways we can use it.
Yes. Pekka, your view on this?
Definitely yes, but I want to clarify one thing, which is also the kind of big risk we're having today, this year, and maybe even next year, is that we are over-promising. We are not even close to have like Web3, fully blown Web3 environment. Even the decentralized finance platforms such as Uniswap, they're still using Web2 interface to access these transactions. So it means that we need to understand that the decentralization is a process, and it takes years before we're there, like the internet did in the early phase until we had this Web2 that is now stealing our data and stealing our money practically. But by saying this, definitely Web3, when we are there, it allows us to join this phenomenon without even having a company. And that's why we are saying that this environment is permissionless. So you can join. We don't need to have a company with us to do business there. And that's the future business model, I believe, quite much. Not to forgetting what we are referring to, heard already today, that we cannot be isolated island from society. We need to collaborate with regulators. Regulations needs to be for us, and we for them. which means that existing regulations don't fit. But let's collaborate with the regulators to make this for everybody.
Thank you.
I agree. And you know, as your question is that whether it is going to create new business models. So of course it will create, and the very first example is decentralized marketplace, where there will be no intermediaries in between, and people can buy and sell directly from one guy to another without having anyone in between. So this one is something which is need of the new era.
True. Pedro.
I'm sorry, I was listening to these guys. I kind of forgot the question. Can you repeat the question?
So do you see new business models
Of
or
course.
new
Listen.
revenue streams coming
Yeah.
from Web3?
All right, so listen, Web3, man, is created a variety of options. People ask me all the time, man, how do I make money in crypto? Like, how can I make money in crypto? They think the only two ways you can make money in crypto is trading and investing. I'm looking around, and forgive me if I don't know, but I'm pretty confident the majority of you guys in here are not traders, right? So, and investing is something that, not a lot of people make money at. Usually the best way you can make money investing in crypto is through early stage deals. After that, you're pretty much gambling as to whether or not the project is going to go up or down. The truth is, almost everybody in here works in Web3, right? And that's what I try to express to people all the time, the variety of opportunities that are being created by this trillion-dollar industry that popped up out of nowhere, and it's going to continue to grow. And with that, it's going to provide a variety of opportunities in so many different spaces, and we haven't even got into what the metaverse would do for us and how many opportunities that's going to create. And none of this has anything to do with trading or investing. Whatever it is that you are good at, or you're good in real life, whatever your skill set is, it can translate into crypto, because everything on God's green earth at some point or another will turn to the digital world. So any skill set that you have can translate over to it. It's just a question of when and as the opportunities persist themselves. And I just kind of want to add one thing, because there's certain things that kind of I want to keep conscious of people. There is a need for regulation in this world, and there is a need to operate with regulators. But we in the West, and even though we're here, right, in Dubai, but Dubai is kind of considered, a lot more Western mentality. We have a tendency to think that our countries are the only place in the world that matter. The reason why people came over here to begin with is because the US had regulations that didn't make sense. So you go to deregulated markets, right? So that's all that's going to continue to happen. Don't get me wrong, there'll be a faction of our community that will abide with the regulators, and there'll be a bunch that'll just go to another country, because there's 200 countries out there, and all of them are looking for opportunities, right, to catch up to number one, which is the US. So they're going to absolutely do anything they can to get an edge, and they're not all going to play by the same rules. They don't all get along. So with that being said, there will be a factor that will abide by the regulations and so on and so forth, and there'll be other people that will just go to other countries and just put things on the internet, and you use VPN, and you'll be able to attach to it. So there's going to be both sides, and of course, as people go up and down, things happen. Governments not always the most safe and fair, and sometimes they collapse. And then when they collapse, and if you're regulated by a collapsed government, then it collapses, and now you no longer have a country, then obviously you're no longer regulated, right? But your stuff is on the internet, and the internet can't be shut off. So as long as it's not on the internet on a centralized platform, then you're fine. And that's what will continue to happen moving forward. Go ahead.
Thank you. I need to come back to this, what you said, Becca, about regulations and regulators, because obviously one of the things that attracted me when I fell into the rabbit hole around end of 2016 is that for the first time, to my knowledge, we, active in the space, are actually, and were from the very beginning, reaching out to the regulators and lawmakers and even governments and said, guys, let's work together on this. We want to change the future for better. We want to fix the bugs that we kind of, as human beings, did not do that well with, but let's change that and let's work together. So yes, come in, regulate, but let's make it in a smart way so it's, makes sense to all of us. And that is one of the aspects that I think is very fascinating still today after the recent events, and we are going back and saying, yes, let's put some, laws and regulations in place, but let's work together on this. So coming back to obviously this bright future, this positive revolution, as I want to call it, because I truly believe it is a one. So how do you see that the future of the internet and online experiences progressing with the growth of Web3 technology? So how do you see the future of the internet and online experiences progressing with the growth of Web3 technology?
So talking about social media, let's just take the example of social media. So on a social media, we are seeing that we create content and there are people who are consuming it, like users. And now the problem is there are some big companies like who created this.
Mic a bit closer.
Sorry, closer? Okay. So there are a few companies who like provided these platforms, social media platform. Now users are using it and creators creating content and giving their 100% to it. But they are not giving the real revenue that they should be like given. But and also there is a problem of security of data, like the privacy. We are sharing on internet our email, our phone number, everything we are sharing. But there is a problem that our data is not that secure. Like recently I have heard a news that Facebook is selling our data, our personal data. So this is something that we need to work on, and with Web3, since it is going to be decentralized, so I think this security part will become more stronger and more peaceful for users.
Absolutely, very good point. Pekka?
Yes, the social media was mentioned already, and that's of course the biggest thing that happened on Web 2 for us. But also I believe it is the biggest change changing from Web 2 to Web 3. In the middle there is Web 2.5, but which means that some of these platforms are still centralized. Or let's put it this way. This way, for example, if you're talking about metaverse, there's no such platform as Web3 metaverse that is actually functioning the way it should be, because there are, even the biggest ones have maybe hundreds of daily users only. The biggest ones in the world, like Decentraland and Sandbox. But social media is the one thing that will be really important even this year, because I believe quite many of new Web3 orientated social media platforms will be launched. One of them will be Lens, if you want to check. It's developed by the decentralized organization, which name is Aave. And Aave, by the way, means ghost. Aave is a Finnish word, as Anita and myself is speaking this great language of Finnish. So yeah, so this is big thing that about the data ownership. Well, we all shared this thought already in our previous answers, that data ownership is the king. And if we own our own data, our content, everything that we publish, it is secured by the smart contract and the private key for this content, which means that it's immutable, and our ownership will be there for good. It's on blockchain. So this is excellent change. And of course, there's also some revenue money sharing opportunities when it comes to this kind of environment, decentralized anything, decentralized content on blockchain Web3.
Yes, Khalid?
So definitely there is a future on this, and I see great things coming up. But as said, we have to deliver what we promised on Web3 to make it successful. As people did that on Web 2, whether it is like very small, very few companies, holding all the market share and everything, but they are really serious and they deliver what they say. So same thing goes with the Web3. If we deliver what we say, and it will be, it will be fun. It will be, great revenue. Everything will be there on that side.
True. Then again, a true businessman will always oversell. So I think we have a small challenge here, all in all, right?
Something is called oversell, and something is something overcommitment. Okay, so there should be a thin line between this. It should not be a big gap between what you say and what you deliver.
True.
Yeah,
I truly agree. So the question is, the future of internet and online experiences, how will they progress or change as Web3 grows?
Well, I mean, you let Elon Musk tell it, we're going to be a part of the internet, right? So, who knows? The truth is, the user experience is going to get a lot better, right? So like what the brother was saying here about, we're still far away from actually implementing these experiences to where the average person can understand them and use them, let alone be in full-fledged Web3 systems. But as those things progress and user interface gets a lot easier for people to understand, so on and so forth, I mean, it's going to be seamless, right? So you're going to have internet and everything. Every device that you have any sort of interaction with will be attached to the internet, and with that, your life will be, it's going to be like sort of like a hybrid life for those who want to, right? Because you got people who live in the mountains that are never going to care about anything, or even people who live in the city that are just never going to live that way. But for the overwhelming majority of the world, it's going to improve connectivity, also going to improve the transactional operations between humans, because you'll have the ability to do peer-to-peer transactions a lot easier. And with that, of course, you provide a tremendous amount of opportunities. Also, something I'd like to address is how people are constantly talking about how things are taking jobs away, like things like AI and so on and so forth. And what they don't realize is that we're engaging in the creator economy, right? So in the creator economy, man, the jobs that AI is taking are essentially mundane jobs. These are jobs that are processes that can be repeated, right? So these people, they're not actually creating anything. They're just fulfilling mundane tasks. So those people, right, once they get away from those jobs, whether they have a choice or not, they'll have to pick up a skill set that'll give them the ability to provide value, which means create, right? And as you create more, you'll have more opportunities, and you'll actually have more that you own, in which case you'll have more that you can leverage.
Correct, but also then the risks grow as per personal security, for instance, and that is obviously another conversation. But since you mentioned Aave, which reminds decentralized finance, I need to share with you, because I know I have the permission, because Stani Kulechov, who is the CEO of Aave, he's a friend of mine, and he was very open and shared last week in Twitter that they are expecting a DeFi baby. So a DeFi baby on the way with his wife, so I think that is lovely. But I would like to touch briefly two business areas, e-commerce and finance. So in your opinion, what is the impact of Web3 within these two specific industries?
I think it would be a great impact on e-commerce and social media you mentioned. Yeah, of course, social media, I just explained how it will create a huge impact.
Yeah.
And talking about e-commerce, we can build like a decentralized application where users can interact with each other without any intermediary, and that would be better, because if we see nowadays, because of the centralization, somewhere users are getting the problems, because on e-commerce we share our address and our personal information, and that can be used for some not so inappropriate purposes. So in e-commerce, Web3 is going to play a huge role, I think so, yeah.
True.
Let me focus on decentralized finance, and I have e-commerce expert next to me, Khalid here. So yeah, decentralized finance, there's so much happening behind the scenes. For example, when we heard about the BlackRock going full-blown on the tokenization of the next market, which is again runs on blockchain. And then again, we know also even the JP Morgan Chase is using blockchain, and Aave and Polygon on their cross-border transactions, on the next version of cross-border transactions. So this is happening behind the scenes. So much development there. So, but then again, decentralized finance includes the future. It is a future money. It's a future money transactions and future custodians, and everything will be decentralized finance. But now what we have today, it is too complicated for us to use it as the retail traders and retail transacting wallet-to-wallet type of thing on the decentralized environments. And the question for all of us is that when we will have this kind of solution that we have on Web 2, as easy to use these applications, do we know that the data and the platform that we are accessing, the application that we are using, runs on AWS cloud or Azure cloud or Oracle cloud? We don't know, and we don't care. So this kind of environment we need to have also on blockchain and Web3. So we just use these applications, and they are so easy and comfortable to use, same as on internet, and even easier and more comfortable than on internet and Web2 today.
Absolutely. And if you develop one, let me know. I'm your test. If I can do it, everyone can. Khalid, impact Web3 on e-commerce or finance, but probably e-commerce.
So as I said, in Web3 technology, the first thing will be there. There is no requirement for any intermediaries in between, and that will create, more revenue on both the side with the users also. It will benefit users, the buyers, and sellers as well. And when it comes to e-commerce, if it is decentralized, if you just think about it, there is no such intermediaries between who make the most money. You will feel good. If you are a seller, then also you will feel like the money comes to you directly. Nobody is stealing your money in between. Just providing you a solution or platform. Okay, you will have a platform in Web3, and you don't have to pay anyone. So it is the beauty of decentralized marketplaces, which will be available for Web3.
Absolutely, getting rid of the middlemen. And soon the time will turn to red, I think. So Pedro, it's your turn to comment on the impact of Web3 in finance, maybe?
Well, so again, if we're going to be talking about DeFi, you have to have decentralized systems for have decentralized finance. Common sense, right? So DeFi is not dead. In fact, DeFi worked very well in 2021. Anyone who doesn't know that, doesn't understand what took place. The DeFi protocols worked exactly as they were supposed to. It was just people were over leveraged, bottom line. So the DeFi protocols are not going to do nothing but continue to rise, right? And the truth is, when DeFi in itself is a big word, right? Because all it is financial products offered on decentralized platforms. Right? So it's a big word in itself. Just think about all the financial products that are available out there. And then if you make those on a decentralized platform, then guess what? You have decentralized finance, right? So the impact of DeFi moving forward will continue to escalate, it will continue to grow, and people will become more educated on it, and people will start to understand exactly how these protocols work, and they'll understand how to use them better, and they won't be liquidated as often. But again, you have to have decentralized systems that have decentralized finance. Not centralized, not hybrid, right? And then the other thing is in e-commerce is obvious, right? So the interaction between each other peer-to-peer and Web3 is actually what it focuses on. The wallets that will continue to evolve, right? And giving you better interaction and better user interfaces and better user experiences, whether that's in e-commerce or actual and physical commerce as well. And that will continue to evolve as our space grows.
True. And obviously, I believe we can all agree that we have a great future with a lot of opportunities and possibilities ahead of us. There are a couple of small things to be fixed before that, like security, maybe a bit on the technology side as well. But obviously, I think all in all, it's a very positive expectation around the transition from Web 2 to Web 3. So thank you, Sapna, Pekka, Khalid, and Pedro. I hope you guys enjoyed our talk, and we will be around all day for any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leave the mic on the table.
Who's going to make NFT out of this?
Amazing. Thanks so much, Anita. It was actually incredible to have Crypto Granny here, and then we have also got Crypto Kids. We really are covering all the ages. It's going to be an excellent discussion to come. And thank you for everyone on the panel. It's really great to hear about, you know, the challenges that are going to be faced moving from Web 2 to Web 3, where we're positioned at the moment, and really eventually where we see all of this going, how it's going to be incorporated in all of our lives. The digital revolution is obviously the next step to come. We are constantly changing in technology, and Web3 is inevitable. It's how we adopt it in our lives, and it's people like yourselves who are going to be the ones that are going to create this framework of how we move into Web3. So up next, we have Mohammed Al-Kaf Al-Hashmi, the co-founder of Islamic Coin, and he's going to be discussing Sharia-compliant digital money. So welcome, Mohammed. Thank you.
Good morning. Hello, everybody. And I'm happy seeing all of you here. And I'm happy actually seeing a lot of amazing development in the Web3 market and in the fintech market in the UAE. Recently, we saw a lot of big companies, big fintech giants, big Web3 players coming to Dubai and to UAE and putting their main operations here. And this is something not strange, because UAE has been investing since long time to make the environment suitable to attract such activities and such technologies and such investments. The investment in the infrastructure, in the technology, in the human capital, flexibility in regulations and policy making, the amazing futuristic vision for the leaders. It made UAE a perfect environment to attract all the amazing initiatives, entrepreneurs, companies to come here and create a great success. We've been witnessing a lot in the past, many successful companies that born here. We've seen some unicorn companies in the last years came up from UAE, Dubai, and Abu Dhabi in different cities, and we are actually looking to see more and more in the future. So, talking about the fintech or the financial market itself, I would love to give a little bit high-level insights about the Sharia compliant or the Islamic finance. So maybe a lot of people knows a little bit about the Sharia compliant or the Islamic finance. Some people still need to get some little awareness. But let me tell you some little things that will make you know the difference, actually. I mean, because some people, they're just thinking, when we talk about the Sharia digital money, it is just the Muslim community want to have something related to their name as Islam, and that's it. It is not about it at all. I mean, and we're not talking exactly about a religion here. We are talking about a full financial school where it is ethics and values. Do you know that in the Sharia compliant or the Islamic finance, it is not allowed to be charged interest? There is no interest there. Let me point out another thing. You're all doing insurance, right? Some of you having health insurance, car insurance, business insurance. Have you ever earned any profit out of your insurance? Did any time the company who is doing the insurance for you came and say, hey, this is some little cash money, we made profit out of your money and we want to share that with you? I don't think so. So let's look at the Islamic insurance, or what we call it Islamic takaful insurance. You put your money with the insurance company to get covered when there are some damages or accidents or something is happening. But what if nothing is happened? This company actually takes this money and go and invest in another projects, and they create profit. Since you are a contributor in that company capital, doesn't make sense that you should have the right to earn some profit because you contributed something in the profit, in the capital? Yes, so in the Islamic insurance takaful, you're also getting that profit back to you. So, and let's look at the all aspects. It's all about balance. So we spoke about the insurance, you know now some idea. We talk about the non-interest is not allowed to charge interest, you have another idea. It's all about how to balance the deals, how to make everybody winner, and how to make sure that all the activities that's running and evolving about the Islamic finance, it doesn't reflect with negative impact on the community. Now, there are another facts also. I would love to bring your attention to it. Do you know that the Islamic financial market, last year, researches, it says, it has 3 trillion market cap, the Islamic financial market. And if we look about the Islamic food, the halal food, the other products, it's more than $4 trillion market cap. So we have almost accumulatively $7 trillion market cap. This is a huge part of the finance that we need to have a look at. And if we look at the community behind this, the Muslim community around the world, they are more than 1.8 billion people. And I have to mention here that all what I'm speaking about is not exclusive for Muslims. It's just a financial school that everybody that feels it will benefit him or he's okay to have or follow this school with its ethics and values, he's welcome to use it. Now, when we look at the centralized market or at centralized financial, let's call it, let's say the TradFi or whatever we want to call, that market is somehow served under a good level, like we have Islamic banks, Islamic funds, Islamic insurance, and different entities. But when we look at the decentralized market, as we heard from the amazing speakers in the panel, I mean, people are moving to Web3, people are moving to decentralization, and this wave is happening actually, and it is going to be the future. But after we spoke about the Sharia digital money or the Islamic finance with this market cap, with this huge community, we have a question here. Is this community with this big market cap really served well in the decentralized world? We need to check. That's where we come. We want to create, or we are actually creating the first halal or Sharia compliant ecosystem to serve this community, to serve this 1.8 billion people, to serve this ethics and value. So that's why we created a layer 1 blockchain that's 100% compatible with Ethereum as well, so people who has their projects on Ethereum can easily integrate or migrate. We use Cosmos as well, so you can talk to other chains. And we are also eco-friendly as we are POS or proof of stake. So this is the first component of the project that we are building, which is called the Islamic coin, and the blockchain is called the Hack chain. So the first component is the technology, and second component is how to find a way or a purpose to serve the community. We've seen a lot of amazing projects on the blockchain, on the crypto, which is really very nice and attractive, but I've noticed that a lot of them, they don't have a purpose to serve the community. What the community is getting when I'm buying that coins or investing in that project. So that's why we created a philanthropic part, where 10% of every minted coin goes to Evergreen DAO. And this DAO will use that fund to support the technology projects for the community. So we spoke about the technology, we spoke about the philanthropic part, and then there is another question, it comes to the mind. What makes this Islamic? What makes this hack chain or blockchain or cryptocurrency is Islamic? If we ask the question the other way, what actually makes the Islamic banks or the other professional financial institutions Islamic or not Islamic? It's all about how to scan all the activities and products that's happening and make sure it doesn't conflict with the Sharia ethics and values. And to do this scanning, you need a very esteemed Sharia board members. And that's why in our projects we have the top 5 Sharia board members in the region. They are our Sharia board who scan everything. We have Dr. Nizam Yaqoubi, who is the head of AOFI. We have Dr. Isam Al-Anizi. We have Mohammed Bayanouni. We have Abdel Hakim Al-Zair. We have Mohammed Mahmoud Abdel Hakim. They are sitting on more than 50 banks Sharia boards, including Standard Chartered, including Abu Dhabi Islamic Banks, Dubai Islamic Banks, Ajman Bank, Salam Bank in Bahrain, and many others in the world. And going back to the components, so we talk about the technology, the philanthropy, and the Sharia part. Now, still to add more extra level, we needed that these projects that we have built to be recognized by the professional financial institutions. So we formed the executive board members. In that board member, we have the co-founder of Dubai Islamic Bank and the first Islamic banker in the world, Hussein Al-Miza from Dubai. We have Khamis Bouharoun, who used to be the CEO of Abu Dhabi Islamic Bank, and he was part of the UAE Central Bank. We have Peter Rafferty from Abu Dhabi Investment Authority. He used to manage funds with more than $600 billion. We have a lot of another respected members. In the advisory board, of course, we have the royal family members from Abu Dhabi, from Dubai. You can check them in our website. But what I want to deliver by this, we didn't collect or invited or have these all names just for the sake of the show. We want to show or make buzz using the fancy names. That's not what we are building, but we are building a trust with the community. We've been noticing a lot of wrong projects that happen on the decentralized world. We've seen a lot of scams. We've seen a lot of meaningless projects that just starting, taking people money, and then there is nothing to do. There is no value. There is no sustainability, no continuancy. So we're building something quite different. Full ecosystem started from technology, Sharia, philanthropy, board members, royal families, and everything. And we're trying to build the whole ecosystem on the decentralized world to serve the Sharia digital finance with a market cap of totally almost like $7 trillion. And if we look at what is happening in the normal centralized world, most of the banks, even the non-Islamic banks, they have the Sharia compliant product. Most of them. You name any bank, you will find the Sharia products there because they know there is a huge traction there, a huge market there. So we are now actually building the utility case on the blockchain for this. For every project or every coin, if there is no solid utility case, there is no value raising for the coin itself. So we are building the whole products to be there on the blockchain. You will find the products that fits with the Zakat fund, the products that fits with different ways of giving loans or investing in projects in Sharia compliant way, like musharaka, mudaraba, murabaha, muqayada, whatever you know, of these products, it will be built there. We've been overwhelmed actually with the reactions when we launched the private sales of the project, and we were shocked because in the first 4 weeks of launching this project, we got more than $200 million in this beard market. Today, we are way beyond that number, and we are looking for more and more in the future. This project has been created for 2 purposes. Of course, anybody will do a project. He would love to do a business. He would love to earn money, but we have also want to make a very clean, complete ecosystem that compliant with the Sharia ethics and values. We want to give back part of all the investment or the transactions will happen in the ecosystem to the community to build more and more projects in the technology, and especially in the Web3. We believe this is the future. And if anything, we can help. By the way, the Evergreen DAO that we have built, it's built to help the project and the technology people to build their own and can invest. So anyone can come to the blockchain itself, build his project, and apply to get funded through the Evergreen DAO, and we will be more than happy to support. I'll not make it long. Thank you very much for your patience and listening, and have a great day.
Thank you, Mohammed, for an insightful little discussion there. And we have another panel discussion coming up next for you. So this is the role of exchanges in crypto growth. We have our incredible moderator joining us on stage, who I was chatting to earlier. That is Gordon Einstein. And along with that, we have our panel, who are Ryan Pendleton from Trade Dog Market Maker. We have Crypto Kid, crypto trader. We have Valentin Preobrazhensky, the CEO and founder of LaToken. We have Gaurav Dahake, the co-founder and CEO of BitBins. And we have Safvik Vishwanath, CEO of Unocoin. So please, everyone, put your hands together for our next panel. We're excited for this one. Gordon, take it away.
Testing, testing. Oh, there we go. Let's see who we got here. How are you? Come on up. Gordon, pleasure. Crypto Kid, remember you? How's it going? I'll sit here. I'll sit where Anita sat because that is the chair of honor. And I don't know if we have a full group, so why don't you shimmy this way and then we'll see how it fills in. Hi, Gordon. Good to see you. And we got microphones for everyone. I love it. How's everyone doing? Are we awake? Are we happy? Yes, fantastic. Good morning or good afternoon. What is it now? Okay, very good. So a topic near and dear to my heart, which is the association between exchanges and crypto growth. And maybe also, oh, good morning. How are you? Wow, we got the whole crew. Hello. Fantastic. More microphones. You know what? I'm going to do a little unusual start, but I think they'd be good for the audience. How about each person gives their 1-minute introduction of themselves, real fast, how you got into crypto and what your current involvement is, just so we have some context of who we have up here on the stage. So name, rank, serial number, that whole thing. Start with you. And are microphones working? Here, I think. Testing, 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 testing. Yeah.
Hi everyone, good morning. So my name is Syedna-Mufaddal, the CEO and co-founder at Unocoin. So Unocoin is the India's first crypto trading platform. So we are in operation since 10 years. We have a team of about 65 of us and serve about 2.5 million Indians. So I got into crypto because in my previous business, I had to get money from US to India, and the only way that was there at that time because of the quantum of the money was to get it through PayPal, which used to charge me about 7% for transaction fees plus conversion back into Indian rupees. So that made me start looking upon alternatives and happened to stumble upon Bitcoin. Then I saw a market opportunity that we can provide a services for Bitcoin in India for Indians because there was no such service. So yeah, that made me start upon Unocoin.
Very good.
Hey guys, I'm Crypto Kid. I'm the youngest analyst and YouTuber on crypto.
You really have to rub that in. Every time I see you, you rub that in my face. Okay, go ahead.
And I started crypto 3 years ago, so I was 12. And you know, I was just very entrepreneurial as a kid, and you know, I'm still a kid. But so one day I just wondered, you know, how people make a lot of money from stocks. So I decided to learn about, you know, technical analysis. And I came across crypto, and you know, completely, you know, I was so enlightened, and you know, I realized that it could change our monetary system. So I decided to put my head down and learn the space. But that's me.
Please.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Ryan Pendleton. I work with TDFi at the moment, TDMM specifically, which is a market maker. So it's very important with respect to exchanges. I've been in the crypto space almost 2 years now. I've worked at a few smaller
So, hi, I'm Gaurav. I run an exchange from India called PNS. We offer all options for users, right from spot trading, margin trading, derivatives, systematic investments. Now expanding globally, live in Turkey, and soon going live in the Middle East as well. Recently, I've launched a product called onram.money, which is Stripe for Web3. So you'd be able to sort of aggregate payments on any Web3 app using that, and that's sort of growing along well.
Hi, my name is Wakas. We run a tech studio here in Dubai. We've been close to 4 years into the blockchain space. We've closely developed about close to 35 blockchain projects in Saudi and UAE here. We have our inborn product called as a card chain, which is a real estate asset tokenization protocol.
Fantastic. Now, there's an expression I like, which is, explain it to me like I'm 5 years old. And in some ways, maybe I am. Before we talk about how exchanges are related to future crypto growth, why do we need exchanges in the first place, given this sort of digital world? What is it what functionality do exchanges provide to the crypto universe? What gap do they fill? And since you were good and donated questions.
Sure. So when it comes to crypto, right, so I mean, let's say talk about Bitcoin. So what is that it is bringing to table is fast and free payments across the world. And before this, the freedom that we got, which was not so easy, is passing of information from one place to another, right? So the next one was passing of value from one place to another without any kind of restrictions. So now if we need to pass on this freedom to others, the only way for them to get in hold in such a way that it's like easy to do in a trusted manner is exchanges like us, right? So people come there to have a piece of whatever crypto that they're looking for, and then they will, I mean, unless they do a couple of transactions, especially the ones which goes from one part of the world to another part of the world, and the way it works, they will not feel the difference, right? So these exchanges, and also, I mean, generally all applications have made it so simple that, okay, just click a button, it goes. And in my country as well, there are apps like Paytm, and I'm sure there will be few in other, I mean, here as well in most of the developer countries. And what was different? At the end, when you click the button, it just goes, right? So money goes. It's even the bank itself is same. Crypto itself is same, right? So if we start looking at a little bit deeper how it went, that's where all the magic is. It goes without anyone in between. So that is a freedom, right? So
actually, let me jump in for a second. So part of the point of crypto, at least Bitcoin, is it's a peer-to-peer transactional system. So I don't need an exchange to send someone money. I can just do it directly. I think, and the panel can jump in. I think the two main functions are when you're going in and out of fiat and when you're going from crypto to crypto. Is that a fair?
Yes, but that's only after you have Bitcoin, right? So what is the easiest way to for you to get Bitcoin? It's
Steal
not
it.
Really go and meet someone, and it makes it tough, right? So usually the
Ransomware, I thought, was the easiest way. No.
Let's say legally. Sure, but yeah, I think this is where it's really have its importance to get into this virtual. So on the other side, if you see, I mean, we have crypto, then we have DeFi, you have NFTs, you can have metaverse. But at the end of the day, for all of these, when it comes to economy, it has to be one or the other form of crypto, right? So at the end, there has to be a marketplace for swapping these, and I think the easiest and best way to do that is a good exchange.
Okay, so you're added something that I didn't mention, which is sort of price discovery on the value of each asset as well. Which, yeah. But maybe the panel wants to know, why, just real basic, what function do exchanges provide that we need when it comes to crypto?
I mean, the most basic answer is you need a place to be able to trade and actually get some crypto. And, exchanges provide that, especially to, new investors. You need a place where it's all simply laid out, where you can start off, you can your bank account, and you can purchase some crypto with your credit card, etc. So that's the main role that an exchange comes to play.
And I think also an exchange is a great place. Obviously, a centralized exchange, maybe Binance or Coinbase, for someone to buy their initial purchase of any kind of cryptocurrency, be it Bitcoin, Ethereum, or something maybe they've heard of from their friends. Obviously, if you KYC, any normal person can make their first purchase, and then I personally find it a little bit overwhelming. These bigger exchanges, like say maybe Binance, the first time you open it, it's not necessarily user-friendly for someone that doesn't know anything about crypto. So personally, if I'm going to tell any of my friends, I'd say maybe go to Coinbase. It's a little bit easier to navigate and buy whatever you want. And the biggest advice, I don't know about you, but I'll always say take your money off an exchange because you never know what's going to happen to it. It's not really owned by you if you leave it on the exchange. But it's a good way to get started.
So you're anticipating my next question, which is, you're making a good point, which is it's a good way to get users onboarded in the first place. I'm guilty of that also. I did it. That's how I first got on there, a normal centralized exchange. But you're leading into the next question, which is, given what's happened with FTX, given what's happened with regulation, are exchanges a help or a hindrance to the growth of the industry now?
Obviously, they're going to help the industry because people need to learn, they need to be able to make their purchase of their cryptocurrencies. But I think the lessons that we're learning now and the precedents that are being set is that nothing's really safe. I mean, crypto is still like the Wild West. Like, there's no real framework. It's such a new industry. Obviously, people are going to copy from classical banking and finance, but it's evolving so fast. I mean, as you're aware, everyone in this room, crypto moves so fast. It's 24/7, every single day. New things are coming up. So the important lesson we can learn, say, from FTX is to, take your crypto somewhere that you can have it. I mean, not necessarily a hot wallet, but not everyone really needs a ledger or cold storage if you're only going to be playing around with small amounts of crypto. But anything that you technically own, you should be able to take it off the exchange and keep it for yourself. So I think that's the fundamental lesson that we've learned there. Crypto exchanges are always going to be a help, but we've got a long way to go with creating a better space for all of us.
Let me go, gentleman at the end.
Right. So, what's the most basic thing when mankind came into existence did, right? So they bartered, right? Barter is just an exchange. You're exchanging one thing for the other, right? So that's the fundamental unit of any activity that you sort of drive, any economic activity. Crypto exchanges happen to have sort of that phenomenon. It's just that, and that's precisely why the maximum money or revenue that is made across in anything crypto is by exchanges. It might be decentralized exchanges, it might be centralized exchanges that way to sort of do it. Exchanges definitely would sort of remain. The guardrails in terms of, so good exchanges are good for the ecosystem, bad exchanges of course bad. So we'll see a lot of guardrails being built and people being able to sort of filter out the good ones from the bad with certain metrics in place like proof of reserves, proof of liabilities, metrics around that, so that people have a more clearer view around whether this exchange is serving my needs properly or that's something that's not sort of being done right.
In a simpler terms, like, when you ask Gordon that, like a 5-year-old that to explain what the exchange's growth is, I'd like to point 3 major areas where the significance of the exchanges come into place is, one obviously is being the on-ramping and off-ramping, because you need a place where you need to on-ramp and off-ramp. So that's where the centralized or decentralized exchanges come into play. Second, obviously, is where any digital asset is now in the initial stage or the primary purchase. It's predominantly very easy to do a P2P trade, or the first purchase could happen anywhere. But where exactly the exchanges play a role is the secondary trade, because you need a medium where to find these buyers, and your secondary trade obviously happens on the exchange. And thirdly is, now the exchanges have actually become more of stored value wallets, where people are actually storing and staking. The DeFi protocol has also been picked up a lot by most of the exchanges. So in reality, the exchanges have played a major role in terms of the growth and the adoption of the ecosystem altogether, and plus providing liquidity as well. So any digital asset that needs to be traded, and you need to have that secondary market where if I'm buying from the first source, then I need to go and liquidate it somewhere. So that's where the exchanges play a real vital role.
You made me, I guess it's obvious, but you just made me think about it, which is with normal stocks and securities, you're not storing your stock with the exchange waiting to trade it. But you are with Binance and Coinbase and the rest of these. You have an account with the exchange where it's almost like you store your crypto and you just on occasion trade it using the exchange. It's unusual I guess then in crypto we've conflated these two things, the bank and the exchange, into one monolithic entity. Maybe there's some kind of midpoint where, something that's easier than cold wallet storage, but some kind of account that's segregated from the exchange, but tapping into the exchange when necessary. Do we need exchanges in their current form, or do we need dedicated custodial services in a constellation around them, like regular securities?
So the problem here is basically the complexity of the use. Now, the whole ecosystem is so complex for a normal user that you try to find what is more feasible and what is more seamless for us to actually have the use itself. And that's where the exchanges have actually taken an advantage of the normal user, giving them the opportunity to store the digital asset with them, and then again at the back end also use the liquidity at some point of time. That's what will happen with FTX. We've seen all what the major issue has been. But at the same time, if the complexity was not there, and if the user base was pretty much more advanced in terms of using cold storage or using other third-party wallets to actually store your the wallets that were actually designed to actually store your digital assets, and then use the exchange only as a medium for trade or as a medium to find your secondary trade, then the whole scenario would have been different. But now I think it's merely the factor that it's actually very complex for a retail user to actually use these multiple mediums for that general trade.
Fair enough. Now, next question for the group. I personally have sort of abandoned. I have a pirate love, we'll say, for decentralized exchanges. I like what they represent ideologically. I like what they represent technologically. But just addressing one of the points raised in the prior panel, it's not, there's a little bit. There are security risks associated with these. They do get hacked, and it's not just silly users. I mean, sometimes the code is wrong, but then again, we're seeing FTX. And which actually almost kind of had government backing, or at least government friends, at least in the Democratic Party in the U.S. I don't know about the whole story. I don't know what's safe, and I don't know which way the industry is supposed to go. Centralized exchanges, decentralized. What's your? If you're talking about 2030, where are we going to be? Crypto Kid, I'm going to point on you. And you're going to have to speak loud and.
Hello.
There you go.
So yeah, by the year 2030, I mean, we're actually not that far in terms of the lifetime of crypto. I mean, we're only like 11 years after the making of Bitcoin. And when you look at the traditional system, stocks have been bonds, securities, they've been there for ages. And of course, in one decade, there's been crazy progress. However, there's always these faulty people in crypto, like FTX, which gave a lot of fear to the people. And I think DeFi is pretty revolutionary. However, I think it will be hit by mass regulatory issues because, of course, DeFi, anyone can go on there, and there's no terms of tracking, very limited. So I think it's going to be hit by a lot of regulatory issues, and I think it should be to keep, the space safe. But when you look at CeFi, I think CeFi will see, again, more regulatory stuff going on, and that will help these things like FTX not be repeated again. So I think CeFi, centralized finance, that will be still the top in 2030. That's my personal opinion. And it will just be, more, it'll be safer in regards, proof of reserves. We've seen proof of reserves being launched by many exchanges, replying to, FTX fears. So I think it'll just be a safer environment for CeFi, because if something like FTX happens again, I think a lot of trust will be lost in crypto. So,
but why are you giving the caveat that if something like it happens again, hasn't there been a degree of loss of trust now?
Yes, of course, there has been, and it's very unfortunate. And I think we're still hanging on that cliff with crypto. But again, if if something like this repeats again after, a mistake has been made, and people, if they don't learn from this and it happens again, then I think institutional investors, they're going to be scared. And if they come away, then that's when the big problem occurs.
I think honestly here in Dubai we're very lucky. We have VARA. They're coming on like leaps and bounds in their way to protect us. Like they're setting all the rules and regulations now. They're laying out the framework. People are going to have to comply, especially when it comes to proof of reserves as well. I find that's a bit of a touchy subject because yes, technically there should be proof of reserves, but look at classical banking. They don't have to prove that they have your money. You can't, if you have $10 million in your account, you can't walk in and take it out the next day. I think they only need to, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe 11% is the European rule that they're supposed to have in their reserves compared to the amount that they have in the bank. So when it comes to crypto, why are they saying it should be 100% proof of reserve? I mean, surely that's the way banks operate. An exchange is just a new version of a bank. So again, I think it throws into this discussion, how safe, I mean, should we look at the classical banking system as well, and the way, as you said earlier on, it compares to stocks. Stocks is a completely different way of trading a commodity, but they're not held the same way that you hold crypto. So again, the crypto exchanges have to evolve to really support the system that we use.
So it's an interesting point. I mean, with banks in the U.S., I'm sure everywhere else, you have you have the equivalent of FDIC insurance. So you have the central bank that will step in if your reserves are insufficient. You don't have that in crypto.
Exactly.
So it's more like a securities exchange, or a security brokerage rather, or custodianship. And are we going to impose 100% reserve requirements on this, or what do we do?
It's crazy. I mean, who knows? But that's the interesting thing. We're in the evolution of these mistakes being made, and we're actually setting a precedent. Okay, what do we do now? So, as Efe said, I mean, yes, there's a mistake's been made, and there'll be more mistakes coming up. It's going to happen, but that's how we learn, and that's how everyone's going to evolve in this industry. And that's the most exciting thing, is that it's not about, oh, a mistake can't happen again. It's like, okay, how do we learn from this, and then we'll learn from the next one. It's just the way it works.
Gaurav, I feel like you wanted to say.
Yeah, so I think what we'll see is more like CDFI towards it. Centralized exchanges would continue to exist. The ratio of centralized exchanges versus decentralized exchanges is somewhere around 95-5 right now. I would expect that to be around, say, 50-50 over by 2030. Like, DeFi exchanges would grow much further. They've already been sort of growing much faster than the centralized exchanges, and but users would need the ease of a centralized exchange. So it would be more like a CDFI solution where centralized exchanges are acting as wrappers on top of DeFi, or decentralized exchanges where people are able to sort of trade seamlessly on those.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd just like to add one thing. I think the place where DeFi is going to boom is going to be the gaming industry. Because of course, when you play games and we're looking at the concept of blockchain gaming and people actually being able to own their assets in game and create a monetary value, of course you can't set up, the average gamer is below 18 and they won't be able to do these KYC and actually have a centralized system where they trade these in-game economical goods. So I think DeFi in the gaming space, where player to player, you're actually going to be able to trade the items that you earn or you make in the game. I think that's where DeFi is going to be very, very useful, and that it's a huge economy, the gaming economy. And if DeFi captures that, I think it could be potentially greater than CeFi, because the amount of gamers in the world are much, much more compared to the people who are just holding crypto and in the finance space or investing.
So I'm aware that every demographic loves gaming, but it does skew young. Can you do KYC AML on those 14-year-olds?
No. I have to use my parents' account, but.
Okay. If you want to comment?
Yeah, sure. So when it comes to the DeFi, I think the decentralized exchanges, one of the major issues is the age at which people can use it, right? So people are not very comfortable in installing tools like MetaMask and doing the copy pasting things and giving the access. And moreover, the people, like how people want to get smarter, there are also people who try to con them online, right? So the chances of smart contract being wrong, or DeFi something with the decentralized exchanges something going wrong, in a similar way, there are a lot of chances that whatever the user is trying to do also would go wrong, and they will actually lose the money, even though it was not intentional mistake. I think so. This is one of the biggest worry for people, and also there is quite a bit of learning curve for people to go through this step of how to install decentralized tools and use it, where there is no such customer support or someone to help, right? So, but when it comes to exchanges, at least there is someone whom you can ask, right? So, I mean, how I can do this. Eventually, I do agree with Gaurav that this will happen maybe 50-50 or 40-60, whatever the ratio is. But that will need like a change of the mindset of people itself, right? So, let's say about 10 years ago, I was not expecting someone who is 60-year-old to actually use WhatsApp, but today even 80-year-old uses it, right? So, that is a shift that has happened. It has taken time, right? So, people eventually...
Sorry, is there anyone in the audience 80, and are you using WhatsApp? Does anyone admit to being 80? Okay, never mind.
My
Go ahead.
father uses it, so that's what I know, right? So that's what eventually I've got to know. So yeah, that has to be a shift in mindset, I think. So that's one thing. I mean, if that happens, I think people would not mind, I guess, as long as they're careful and they're comfortable with it. So this is a huge bottleneck today. Today only techies uses it, not the normal people. Yeah.
Great. So final question for the group. Since we're talking about the growth of crypto, we did sort of touch on it, but in the holy battle between DeFi and centralized, where's the future really? Or is there some third option I'm not articulating?
The rate of growth of DeFi would be faster than CeFi, but CeFi would be the one that would be able to catch the institutional layer better, because the institutional layer understands centralized finance versus decentralized finance. So on the retail scale, DeFi growth, of course, is from a smaller base, so it would be faster. And over time, it would catch up to the centralized phase. But centralized CeFi part would be able to sort of catch the institutional layer and grow further from there.
Maybe I need to reframe my question. Is part of the idea that as we move forward in time, DeFi is sort of the tip of the spear, breaking new ground with the avant-garde or the trendsetters, and CeFi kind of follows in its wake in a more steady manner, maybe right for institutions. Is that a possible future?
Yeah, I think so. And I think when regulations all catch up or it evolves, there's always going to be a space for DeFi. Everyone's going to always need to trade on decentralized exchanges depending on the project, as you said, and gaming and all kinds of, there's pros and cons, but when it comes to personal finance, I think centralized is the way. And with mass adoption, just to get through to the everyday person that's going to be using crypto day to day, centralized is definitely the way forward, but there's always room for both. I think they're all going to evolve, and it's exciting to see where it's going to go.
Fantastic. Any last word of wisdom?
Yeah, I think when it comes to when we're talking about regulators, right? So yeah, I definitely believe that regulations are something which is really needed by the industry. But I doubt if there will ever be a regulator who will come up and say that, okay, so these are the rules, follow according to the rules. If something goes wrong, I'm responsible for it. Right? That kind of regulator, I don't think it will appear for something like such a speculative and very volatile, and when it comes to tech. And so there's so much of phases for crypto, right? So that kind of regulator, I doubt. And when that is true, then it is obviously the onus come upon the whether decentralized exchange or centralized exchange for handling the funds that is required. The regulator may only come up with saying that, okay, you have to do this KYC, make sure the bank accounts you are linking, there's no cash transactions, whatever, right? So those are more general guidelines. I doubt the regulator would actually put the entire responsibility saying that, okay, you follow this is a rule book, I'm responsible.
I'm seeing that a bit. It's a good point. I'm seeing this a bit in the U.S. with the SEC. They don't want to make rules, because when the rules don't work, they don't want to be held accountable. So they just punish you according to rules that they'd never announce. It's kind of annoying. Well, yeah, it's great. Okay, let's give a big round of applause, please, to our wonderful panel.
Thank you so much, Gordon, for that and the incredible panel. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, that's Islamic Coin, Sidus Heroes, Stable Opinion, Fire Chain, Aqua Chain, Dabur, Danube Properties, and Nakai Group. So what's coming next is probably what you've been waiting for a little bit if your stomach is rumbling, because we have our lunchtime coming now. So we have our VIP lunch, which will be taking place in the Avatar restaurant, and we also have high tea being served in the pre-function area. So enjoy a little break, fill your tummies, and then come back, because we've got so much more in store for you this afternoon. That's 30-minute lunch break. Thank you.
Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Nature. Resources. Live. Syedna Heroes.
Islam is the world's second largest religion with almost 2 billion followers, a quarter of the world's population. Muslims make up a majority of the population in 47 countries. Islam teaches that God is merciful, all-powerful, and unique. Islamic law, or Sharia law, is a religious law forming part of the Islamic tradition. It guides many of the aspects of the followers of Islam's lives, including financial interactions. One of the core principles of Islamic financial law is the prohibition of paying or charging interest. However, if we look closely at modern legal tender, or fiat money, we will notice that they are being issued by central banks and lent out to commercial banks with interest at a rate determined by the central banks themselves. Fiduciary money is designed to be easily manipulated by central banks and governments by the means of controlling supply via control of the interest rate. So, by design, today's fiduciary money is not fully compliant with Sharia. However, new technologies such as the blockchain enable new value exchange systems that are decentralized, fair, and immutable. We proudly present to the world Islamic Coin. Islamic Coin is the halal crypto asset designed to create value for the Muslim community worldwide.
Live the coveted high life with 40+ amenities that redefine luxury. Book on launch day and get your apartment fully furnished. This is Views by Danube.
Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. See this hero. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. See this hero. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. See this hero. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. See this hero. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure.
Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. this heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. See this heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. See this heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. See this heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. See this heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. this heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. See this heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. See this heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. See this heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. See this heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space.
Islam is the world's second largest religion with almost 2 billion followers, a quarter of the world's population. Muslims make up a majority of the population in 47 countries. Islam teaches that God is merciful, all-powerful, and unique. Islamic law, or Sharia law, is a religious law forming part of the Islamic tradition. It guides many of the aspects of the followers of Islam's lives, including financial interactions. One of the core principles of Islamic financial law is the prohibition of paying or charging interest. However, if we look closely at modern legal tender, or fiat money, we will notice that they are being issued by central banks and lent out to commercial banks with interest, at a rate determined by the central banks themselves. Fiduciary money is designed to be easily manipulated by central banks and governments by the means of controlling supply via control of the interest rate. So, by design, today's fiduciary money is not fully compliant with Sharia. However, new technologies such as the blockchain enable new value exchange systems that are decentralized, fair, and immutable. We proudly present to the world Islamic Coin. Islamic Coin is the halal crypto asset designed to create value for the Muslim community worldwide. It is built on the dedicated Islamic blockchain called Blockchain and carefully follows the Islamic view on finance. Islamic coin cannot be arbitrarily printed and thus devalued. It also can't be arbitrarily deflated through a rise of the central bank's interest rate. Its price is determined solely by the market and thus always fair. Islamic coin may only be minted or issued by those who contribute work and investment as validators of the network at a predetermined announced rate. Unlike fiduciary money, Islamic coin is not operated by the banks whose main business is to earn money by charging interest. Charging interest is what leads to riba and is therefore forbidden. Each time a new Islamic coin is minted, 10% of the issued amount is deposited into a special evergreen fund for further investment into Islamic internet projects or given to Islamic charities. This is the first introduction of a coin bringing direct economic value to a community. The Evergreen Fund is a nonprofit foundation focused on long-term sustainability and community impact. It effectively works as a crypto endowment. Key decisions are made by the consensus of validators on the Haq blockchain. Our mission is to empower the international community of the followers of Islam with a financial and technological tool that allows for independent financial interaction while supporting technological evolution and philanthropy. With an estimated 25 million users, Bitcoin's market cap is just 10% shy of 1 trillion. Leveraging the power of community, Islamic coin may surpass Bitcoin as the world's dominating crypto asset by engaging just a fraction of the online Muslim community. Islamic coin potential is far greater than those of existing crypto assets because of the power of community.
FIRE, a first-layer decentralized blockchain ecosystem where blockchain meets sustainability, where profit meets benefit. FIRE is the fifth-generation benefit-driven blockchain that bridges the gap between blockchain and sustainability. The first, if not the best, of its kind. Sustainability by design, security, upgradable scalability, governance and democracy, future-proof and forkless upgradability, and interoperability are part of the architectural framework that FIRE firmly guarantees. FIRE incorporates sustainability into the network's base layers and the decision-making processes that are fundamental to the system. And how does FIRE accomplish this? Introducing Proof of FIRE, nominated proof of stake, plus proof of benefit, plus proof of on-chain and off-chain donation equals Proof of FIRE.
Presenting Views by Danube. Dubai's first iconic towers with Aston Martin furnished interiors. Stunning twin towers located in the heart of Dubai in JLT. Step into a world of luxury and experience bespoke living and a private pool in your apartment. Witness panoramic views of the Dubai skyline from your exclusively designed Sky Villa with an easy 1% payment plan. Live the coveted high life with 40+ amenities that redefine luxury. Book on launch day and get your apartment fully furnished. This is Views by Danube.
Wanna fight? Let's fight. Power. Space. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. Cetus Heroes.
Islam is the world's second largest religion with almost 2 billion followers, a quarter of the world's population. Muslims make up a majority of the population in 47 countries. Islam teaches that God is merciful
all-powerful, and unique. Islamic law, or Sharia law, is a religious law forming part of the Islamic tradition. It guides many of the aspects of the followers of Islam's lives, including financial interactions. One of the core principles of Islamic financial law is the prohibition of paying or charging interest. However, if we look closely at modern legal tender, or fiat money, we will notice that they are being issued by central banks and lent out to commercial banks with interest at a rate determined by the central banks themselves. Fiduciary money is designed to be easily manipulated by central banks and governments by the means of controlling supply via control of the interest rate. So, by design, today's fiduciary money is not fully compliant with Sharia. However, new technologies such as the blockchain enable new value exchange systems that are decentralized, fair, and immutable. We proudly present to the world Islamic Coin. Islamic Coin is the halal crypto asset designed to create value for the Muslim community worldwide. It is built on the dedicated Islamic blockchain called Blockchain and carefully follows the Islamic view on finance. Islamic coin cannot be arbitrarily printed and thus devalued. It also can't be arbitrarily deflated through a rise of the central bank's interest rate. Its price is determined solely by the market and thus always fair. Islamic coin may only be minted or issued by those who contribute work and investment as validators of the network at a predetermined announced rate. Unlike fiduciary money, Islamic coin is not operated by the banks whose main business is to earn money by charging interest. Charging interest is what leads to riba and is therefore forbidden. Each time a new Islamic coin is minted, 10% of the issued amount is deposited into a special evergreen fund for further investment into Islamic internet projects or given to Islamic charities. This is the first introduction of a coin bringing direct economic value to a community. The Evergreen Fund is a nonprofit foundation focused on long-term sustainability and community impact. It effectively works as a crypto endowment. Key decisions are made by the consensus of validators on the Haq blockchain. Our mission is to empower the international community of the followers of Islam with a financial and technological tool that allows for independent financial interaction while supporting technological evolution and philanthropy. With an estimated 25 million users, Bitcoin's market cap is just 10% shy of 1 trillion. Leveraging the power of community, Islamic coin may surpass Bitcoin as the world's dominating crypto asset by engaging just a fraction of the online Muslim community. Islamic coin potential is far greater than those of existing crypto assets because of the power of community.
FIRE, a first-layer decentralized blockchain ecosystem where blockchain meets sustainability, where profit meets benefit. FIRE is the fifth-generation benefit-driven blockchain that bridges the gap between blockchain and sustainability. The first, if not the best, of its kind. Sustainability by design, security, upgradable scalability, governance and democracy, future-proof and forkless upgradability, and interoperability are part of the architectural framework that FIRE firmly guarantees. FIRE incorporates sustainability into the network's base layers and the decision-making processes that are fundamental to the system. And how does FIRE accomplish this? Introducing Proof of FIRE, nominated proof of stake, plus proof of benefit, plus proof of on-chain and off-chain donation equals Proof of FIRE.
Presenting Views by Danube. Dubai's first iconic towers with Aston Martin furnished interiors. Stunning twin towers located in the heart of Dubai in JLT. Step into a world of luxury and experience bespoke living and a private pool in your apartment. Witness panoramic views of the Dubai skyline from your exclusively designed Sky Villa with an easy 1% payment plan. Live the coveted high life with 40+ amenities that redefine luxury. Book on launch day and get your apartment fully furnished. This is Views by Danube.
Wanna fight? Let's fight. Adventure. Danger. Nature. Resources. Live. See this heroes.
Islam is the world's second largest religion with almost 2 billion followers, a quarter of the world's population. Muslims make up a majority of the population in 47 countries. Islam teaches that God is merciful, all-powerful, and unique. Islamic law, or Sharia law, is a religious law forming part of the Islamic tradition. It guides many of the aspects of the followers of Islam's lives, including financial interactions. One of the core principles of Islamic financial law is the prohibition of paying or charging interest. However, if we look closely at modern legal tender, or fiat money, we will notice that they are being issued by central banks and lent out to commercial banks with interest, at a rate determined by the central banks themselves. Fiduciary money is designed to be easily manipulated by central banks and governments by the means of controlling supply via control of the interest rate. So, by design, today's fiduciary money is not fully compliant with Sharia. However, new technologies such as the blockchain enable new value exchange systems that are decentralized, fair, and immutable. We proudly present to the world Islamic Coin. Islamic Coin is the halal crypto asset designed to create value for the Muslim community worldwide.
It is built on the dedicated Islamic blockchain called Blockchain and carefully follows the Islamic view on finance. Islamic coin cannot be arbitrarily printed and thus devalued. It also can't be arbitrarily deflated through a rise of the central bank's interest rate. Its price is determined solely by the market and thus always fair. Islamic coin may only be minted or issued by those who contribute work and investment as validators of the network at a predetermined announced rate. Unlike fiduciary money, Islamic coin is not operated by the banks whose main business is to earn money by charging interest. Charging interest is what leads to riba and is therefore forbidden. Each time a new Islamic coin is minted, 10% of the issued amount is deposited into a special evergreen fund for further investment into Islamic internet projects or given to Islamic charities. This is the first introduction of a coin bringing direct economic value to a community. The Evergreen Fund is a non-profit foundation focused on long-term sustainability and community impact. It effectively works as a crypto endowment. Key decisions are made by the consensus of validators on the Haq blockchain. Our mission is to empower the international community of the followers of Islam with a financial and technological tool that allows for independent financial interaction while supporting technological evolution and philanthropy. With an estimated 25 million users, Bitcoin's market cap is just 10% shy of 1 trillion. Leveraging the power of community, Islamic coin may surpass Bitcoin as the world's dominating crypto asset by engaging just a fraction of the online Muslim community. Islamic coin potential is far greater than those of existing crypto assets because of the power of community.
FIRE, a first-layer decentralized blockchain ecosystem where blockchain meets sustainability, where profit meets benefit. FIRE is the fifth-generation benefit-driven blockchain that bridges the gap between blockchain and sustainability. The first, if not the best, of its kind. Sustainability by design, security, upgradable scalability, governance and democracy, future-proof and forkless upgradability, and interoperability are part of the architectural framework that FIRE firmly guarantees. FIRE incorporates sustainability into the network's base layers and the decision-making processes that are fundamental to the system. And how does FIRE accomplish this? Introducing Proof of FIRE, nominated proof of stake, plus proof of benefit, plus proof of on-chain and off-chain donation equals Proof of FIRE.
Presenting Views by Danube. Dubai's first iconic towers with Aston Martin furnished interiors. Stunning twin towers located in the heart of Dubai in JLT. Step into a world of luxury and experience bespoke living and a private pool in your apartment. Witness panoramic views of the Dubai skyline from your exclusively designed Sky Villa with an easy 1% payment plan. Live the coveted high life with 40+ amenities that redefine luxury. Book on launch day and get your apartment fully furnished. This is Views by Danube.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed your lunch and you got to relax and unwind a little bit. We've got a whole afternoon still to come with lots of information, lots of interesting talks, and of course our panel discussions, which are always exciting. So we've got lots for you to explore, and not forgetting we have our awards show tonight. So let's kick off back into action with a talk from Pratik Dwivedi, who is the co-founder and chief product officer for Firechain.
To be have a, yeah, I'm not very stationary. Yeah, thank you. Up and down. Huh? Perfect. Hello. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I just want to be very stationary over there. I like moving. So let's not talk about fire yet, because a lot of people know what the product is. I'll tell you a little bit of a story. And I'm a little bit of a loose cannon. My team has built this beautiful slide, but they always know that I go off track all the time. So this is a cup of chai. The idea was conceived just because I'm brown, right? So we all love chai all the time. I've been in Europe for a while. I went to India a few years ago. I had retired from all the businesses. I became somebody who just wanted to be on the beach, meditate, and live my life in a world that's beyond 3 dimensions. Until I met my co-founder, Pratik Gauri, I went to Delhi, and he invited me over for a chai and started talking about how he wants to move the world from something we are in right now, apparently 4th industrial revolution, to the 5th industrial revolution, fire, where he wants purpose and profits to mix, where he wants to say that if you make more money, it's not enough. You should make more money while doing more good. And my first reaction to that was, could you please stop talking about your communist agenda in front of me, because I'm a bit away from that. I like my capitalism in my pockets. But that was because I couldn't understand the magnitude of what he was saying. He was not saying that you shouldn't make money. He was saying you should make money while doing more good. I still was like, I'm not on board with this idea. Next day, I caught COVID, karma, whatever you want to call it. I got him to, I gave him COVID as well, I believe, because he also fell sick. I had 14 days to do nothing. And I started reading everything about sustainability, whatever he speaks about. I'm like, let me just see what you're always on about. And I slowly started realizing that sustainability is beginning to define profitability. How? You're making way more money selling an electric car right now as compared to traditional cars than ever before. You're making more money selling a healthy juice as compared to Coca-Cola. So I started finally grasping what he was saying. What he was saying is profits and purpose can actually mix. In fact, there's no other way. There's no other way, and sustainability is going to define profitability. So keeping that in context, I was like, okay, let's see if I can do something with this bloke. Weirdly enough, I was meditating one day and I got this crazy idea that how about we change, because I've been a proponent of blockchain for a long time. I bought my first Bitcoin when I was in my nappies, probably, very, very young, for reasons that I can't discuss along with you, but let's think Silk Road, whatever you want to think. So I said, you're at an inflection point. You've impacted millions of people, and you've made millions of dollars. Great. You've impacted dozens of millions of people, and you made dozens of millions of dollars. Still awesome, but you're not able to scale. That's your inflection point. Blockchain is what solves it. It's a technology which all of us do believe in this room at least, but it's going to solve something in the future. So I was meditating and I got this idea to change blockchain consensus. No, I'm not a blockchain architect, not even close. And I thought maybe, just maybe, sustainability can be introduced in blockchain consensus to make decisions, to make people mathematically make more money through rewards, validation rewards. And I was like, this is the best idea ever. I went to Pratik Gauri, I was like, listen, I've got the next $1 billion idea. You're going to love it. He's like, what is blockchain? What does this mean? I'm like, I can't, like, I need somebody who understands what I'm saying. So we went about hiring a bunch of people who are smarter than I can ever be. And they were stoked about it. I was like, wow, so it probably can be something. These people are PhDs. They were like, great, but can we build it? Took us a long, long time, but we were able to come up with a mathematical model inside blockchain consensus to reward people financially for sustainable practices. Because what is sustainability? What are these people always on about? Who defines it? It's always greenwashing in it. So we figured out until you have financial incentive for sustainable practices, people are not going to adopt it. Some of us are selfish in nature, and that's perfectly fine. So what FIRE does, I'm not going to look there a lot because, as I said, I'm a loose cannon. Sorry to my team. But what we do is we have built a consensus where you get rewarded for being sustainable, which means that if my friend Roman right there, if he's basically validating a block, and everybody in this room is validating a block, and you guys all have sustainability scores based on data that we collect from 9 billion ESG points, whoever has more ESG scores gets rewarded more, which means every single action that happens in blockchain through consensus is moving the world slowly but surely toward more sustainable practices, because people who are sustainable are making more money, profits and purpose combined. So that's FIRE for you. That's how the idea started. I had no freaking clue that it's going to become so big so quickly. We reached a unicorn status within a year. I'm still pinching myself. I know what's going on. But thankfully, people are getting behind it. People are understanding this is the only way to go. Now, a little bit about how the ESG score works. Basically, we use an oracle to feed ESG data into the consensus and make sure that people who actually are doing good are rewarded financially through FIRE tokens. Why should you care? What does sustainability mean, and why is this good for you? Well, believe it or not, in the next 30 years, financially as well, not even 30 years, 10 years, two of the biggest growing spaces would be blockchain, which you're into, and would be UN SDGs by 2030, the agenda, which means that both of the spaces will grow trillions and trillions of dollars. So if you associate with something like this, if we can build a network that's standing at the intersection as leaders of both of these phenomenons, that's where all the future businesses will come and associate with you. And that's why you should care about not just blockchain, but the UN agenda as well. You might want to call it evil, but it's going to happen. I don't think it's necessarily evil. That's a conversation that you can have one-on-one with me. Now, why would a developer care though? A developer just wants to code nice applications, and that's about it. And that's why for developers, we have made sure, especially for the entry-level people, it's as easy as possible to build, which means it's a substrate chain, it's absolutely EVM compatible, which means you can bring your Solidity apps to FIRE right away. And that's one of the reasons why, along with the governments that do believe in what we are doing, a lot of developers want to come in and build and test their apps. Of course, you got the reduced gas fee, you get toolkits, faucets, wallets, everything that you can expect. It's too old for the world to have a test net where you're asking founders for the tokens. Please give me some tokens so I can test. So we built all the faucets, everything in the system where you can just log in, test as much as you want, come back to us. If you have great ideas, we fund you. Thankfully, we've been able to raise good money because of our message. So I invite all the developers around here who are building, because I seriously strongly feel that the ideas, the good ideas of the future are not with me, are not with people who've already built businesses. They're somewhere in this room. Somebody has a croissant in their head and an idea in their head as well. And that's the kind of people I want to empower with fire, with financial capital, with human capital, with relationship capital, to make sure that your dreams comes true, and my dream comes true through you on my chain. In terms of adoption, as I said, we've been able to make, that's my co-founder, by the way, I guess the prettier face, so he was there. We've been able to tap into many, many, many big government organizations. So Niti, which in Hindi means policy, they're working very closely with us to bring in blockchain education into India, because I personally believe that all my friends here, the brown time is coming, isn't it? So that's why we want to make sure that we focus as much on education, because the ideas of the future are in the heads of students. Why should regular people care? Okay, we got the developers in, we got the governments in, we got the organizations in. Why should my mom care? You know, the other day, I was telling my friend, my grandmom was typing something on Google, and she was typing the entire search string, like, can you please find me a tailor in New Delhi? And I was like, grandmom, you don't have to type the entire search string on Google, because you just have to type the keywords. And what she said, it just blew my mind. She said, we have to be polite to the person who's responding to us on the other side. And I was like, that's so cute. She thinks there's an actual person on the other side of Google who's responding to all your queries. And that's the power of technology. She doesn't need to know it. She doesn't need to know how Google works for her to use it, and use it as much as she does, which is quite a lot. So I think technology is best adopted when it's in the background. Blockchain is too much in the foreground. That's why we'll make things easier and in the background for regular people. How many of you guys, okay, I'll ask you, how many of you guys have sent blockchain transaction crypto in your life? You've sent crypto to people. So when you're sending something that's a lot, let's say some of you are pretty loaded, I'm sure, so sending $1 million, how many of you first send $10 to test if it goes through? Or one, or whatever it is. Why do we do that? Why is this still a thing? I mean, the technology is pretty clear cut. So simple things like reverse transactions. In Fire, you'll be able to send a transaction, generate a key, and until the person puts that key on the other side, and you, of course, you use it as a service, it's optional, your transaction doesn't go through. Say goodbye to doing that. You will never need to send that $10 test transaction and send your $1 million again. So I think things like this will make blockchain easier. My parents are super scared. It's like, if I send it to the wrong address, I'm gone. So it's not gonna happen anymore. Inheritance module. I'm always jumping off planes, going scuba diving. I have a pretty high chance of death. So if I die, what happens? Well, what about my kith and kin, even though I'm single? But if I had kith and kin, what happens? All that money, everything I worked hard for is lost. So we're building inheritance modules inside the blockchain, which means you could define rules. If my wallet is inactive for 12 months, you distribute this much money every month to these 3 wallets. Just like inheritance works in your traditional world. So for public, apart from everything else a blockchain offers, we're focusing on why people are scared of getting into the space and fixing those smaller and smaller gaps. There's many more examples, so you might want to talk to me one-on-one. The way forward, the most important thing. So, okay, we built the sustainable consensus, we raised a bunch of money through tokens, we built the product, we raised a bunch of money through traditional investors and became a unicorn. Now what? What are we going to do? And that's why I invite you. Our beta testnet launch is on the 13th of February. Anybody who wants to build something can go ahead, test it out, wreck my brain, send me messages until you get it right. We have a Chief Growth Officer, Bibin, here as well. I mean, if I'm not there, wreck his brain. But make sure that you do. Make sure that you keep on testing more and more applications, because I think it's good for both of us if things build on fire. We'll be onboarding more developers. I've set aside a pretty massive amount of money that we have raised to grants, to hackathons, to developer programs, to help you guys out with marketing, because one thing that we've done well is marketing. I mean, Jesus Christ, without developing a product, you become a unicorn. You must be doing something good in marketing. So we will extend as much support as possible to you guys for you to come on board. And for that, the right person to contact is, again, Mr. Bipin Babu. So make sure you contact him. I think it's an extension of what I already said. If you've already built on Ethereum, we'll give you whatever help you needed or you need to port over to Fire. And we will make sure that it's worthwhile for you as well. We'll make sure that both financial relationship and human side of things, all three side of things, you're able to make more impact and make more money if you're with Fire. So that's about it. A little bit, we launched the alpha version of the testnet. Little numbers, I'm not much of a numbers guy. I'm more of an emotional being, but I expected 1,000 people to want to test the testnet in the alpha version, to apply to test the testnet. A few days later, there were 100,000 responses that filled out a full form. It's not, okay, I want to test the testnet. It's like my name, my Skype ID, my Facebook ID, my Instagram, my develop, my GitHub. 100,000 people. Where are these people coming from? Oh, I thought I had 20 minutes. It's 10? Okay, my bad. I'm gonna wrap up. So people already are coming and building. I would love for you to join the revolution. We partnered with Abu Dhabi. Fire is the official partner of the Abu Dhabi University to roll out blockchain degrees in UAE. That's just the beginning. There's a big announcement. I'm so tempted to tell you guys what it is, but the government is coming in a big manner into Fire. I can't tell you that right now. Maybe if this was a week later, I would have. You're gonna have, I already spoke about all of this. Please get as much help from us as possible. And I think that's about it. I would love to keep on talking more and more, but you can look at the faces around here. And if you have any questions, please make sure you catch me outside. We'll talk one-on-one. Thanks, everyone. And do we have time to take questions? I guess not, no? All right, all good, all good. We'll talk outside, everyone. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Pratik. As he says, if you have any questions about FireChain, make sure to find Pratik and just ask away. He has so much knowledge to give and so much to tell. And also FireChain are one of our sponsors here today. And next up, we have Roman Powolotsky, the CEO of Sidis Gates, explaining all about the game industry and Sidis. So Roman, please come on up.
Hello, everyone. Actually, we think a lot how to make metaverse, and I want to share with you experience. I'm working with games since 2004, so I have very long way with some games that have huge success. Some of them had no any success. So. We decided to make very addictive gameplay. So we focused on gamify only and running first gamifying metaverse. So the most big problem right now in the market is that game developers try to make crypto games like, games. So they are not actually games. And we focused on addictive gameplay. So we try to make not only the same game as user can download from App Store or Google Play. we try to make something more, something unique. So this is the only way to get attraction of user, because any player can download game from App Store and have fun and spend some time. So to make him some new, some unique, you need to make something very special. So this was really big challenge to dig inside of blockchain and turn some things in another way. When Angry Birds was launching on Android and iOS, the success of this game was because of mechanics. So, you know, like users take their iPhone and start swiping, and their life changed because they like swipe. And this is the key success of Angry Birds. So we need to find some gem inside the blockchain. So we need to find something relevant to this kind of gameplay. And most of all, this is because of economics. So we need to make something big that it have very big communication with economy model inside. And we decided to make a MMORPG game. I think that most of you was watching movie Ready Player One, right? So it's very exciting movie, and there was one idea that someone will make that, definitely. Maybe this year, maybe next 10 years, but someone will make this movie real. And we decided to make that. We also inspired by Star Wars, and we make single lore. So every game from our metaverse is the unique planet with unique resources. And the main idea is to let players continue their gameplay. So they can play different games, and they can move their account from one game to another game and don't lose their progress. This is the most big pain of our right now players. I mean, if we take any game from App Store, when you're tired of this game and you spend some money inside it, but you cannot continue this progress, so your progress is lost, your money is lost. We stop that, and users really like that because we offer different kind of game mechanics. So they play a lot and they transfer their items and their resources from different planets. And the most interesting thing is that this is single lore. So if you download game from App Store, they're very different. And our games are the same universe. Right now we launching Xena. This is our third game. You can take a look at the area in front of this hall. This is our third game. So as I mentioned before, we make a lot of things inside economy. So we're launching module economy. For example, you can see bank, staking, Sidus Gates, store, reproduction facility. It means that users get a lot of resources inside the game. They play, they get resources when they win. And after that, they can invest these resources in different kind of activities and become business owners. So that's how our players become owners of this game. So we provide not only opportunity to earn, but opportunity to own. So as you can see, there are some models, for example, Sidus Gates that are finishing on 57%. It means that players of our metaverse invest in their resources, invest in all the things inside to finish all the cap. Some of them are already running, like staking model, a store model. This is how it works. As you can see, some of these resources already complete. So players need to, the players able to go to different games to collect these resources and then go deep inside this and put these resources as investments. And after that, they become owners. Since that moment, when all the target resources are finished, any user that will touch this model and use this model, we take commission from this and split this commission on every users of the owners of this model. So our users become owners massively. So they become ambassadors of the metaverse. As you can see, this is our first model that we're running, and at the first place, IGARS put something like more than 30,000 investment points and get more than 7 million. So every new user come inside the game, every new user buy something in the store, he generate royalty that shares between all users that owns this part of model. And our users really like this, so they like to be a part of this metaverse. This is our first game. This is Butler. I think this was very important part of our development because we bring this kind of quality to browser. So we want to make very instant access to any gameplay. So you just see your ad, tap the button or click advertisement, and then you get gameplay instantly. This is our third game. Xena is first ever battle royale game with real-time strategy. It's very addictive. We run in this game from 14th of December last year, and we have pretty good retention. Retention of day one is more than 50%, so it's really addictive. And the main idea of the games that we launch is to make these games only free to play. So users download this game, they start playing, and then they understand that all items, all resources they have cost money. So once they get resource, they understand that they can sell this resource on marketplace, but to make that, they need to have subscription. And this is our next game, a shooter. We make this game on a Planet 10 Bazaar. It's also part of our metaverse. So as you can see, this is high quality game, right? And this is also browser. So we're trying to make very high quality games, and you will get access instantly from the browser. So this is my presentation. Thank you for listening. If you have some questions, you can ask. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Roman. It's so interesting to hear especially what's going on in the gaming space as we're entering and learning more about the metaverse. I think these types of games, like Cities Gate, have so much potential, and it really shows that they're bridging the gap between Web 2 and Web 3. Coming up next, we have a panel discussion for you, which are always enjoyable. It's good to see things from multiple different perspectives. So this one is the role of NFT and metaverse in creating a new digital economy. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Mr. Jorge Sebastio, who is the co-founder of ECOX, and he is going to be our moderator for today. We have Christos Asalandis, the music and NFT artist. We have Prasant Sandra, the NFT creator and artist. Sohil Zabihi, the head of partnerships at xe.com. And we have Lokesh Rao, the co-founder and CEO of Trace Network. So everyone put your hands together and enjoy. Thanks, guys.
No, we were short one, so now we are complete. For those that don't know me, my name is George Sebastião. I've been in this region for about 27 years, and we're going to be spending about the next 30, 40 minutes to give you a little bit of value about this topic. We have actually quite a mixed audience, so we have people that are in technology, people that are in government, people come from many parts of the world. So we have special guests also here from Africa, Democratic Republic of Congo, that was part of the opening. Now, the topic that I'll be covering with my esteemed panel here today is about NFTs, which stands for non-fungible tokens. For those that don't know what NFTs are, the first digital tokens that were created is like Bitcoin. Bitcoin, each one is equal to the next one, so they're interchangeable. NFTs, Lokesh, you made it. Please, have a seat. We'll give you one more shut up. I can stand up, don't worry. So NFTs have each one a unique value of them, and they can be also fractionalized. So that means you can own either one NFT or the entire value of an NFT. The second thing that happened also last 2 years and became extremely important is the metaverse. It became so important that even a company like Facebook actually ended up renaming themselves as being Meta. Of course, their first experiments, both in NFTs and Meta, had very good success, but also very big failures at the same time. What I mean by that is the values of NFT went very high, very fast, and there was a very big collapse resulting, or as a result of the crypto winter, as we sometimes call it. And I think if you look at Facebook and now Meta, a lot of the investments that they have made in the metaverse have not delivered the expectations that the user community have. So we're going to try to address these with these team panels that we have here. So the idea here is really for each one of them to actually introduce themselves, spend about 2 or 3 minutes talking about what is their relationship either with the topic of NFTs, because maybe they're a creator of NFTs, or their relationship with metaverse, because maybe they're actually have created a good metaverse experience or metaverse e-commerce experience. And the idea is to give you some nuggets that you can take with you and give you ideas of potential projects that you'll be able to either implement your own businesses or in your own countries once you actually go back. So let me pass the microphone. If you have, please go ahead. So introduce yourselves, a little bit about the projects that you're doing in the area of either NFT or metaverse. Go ahead.
Hope I'm audible. Hi, I'm Lokesh Rao. I'm co-founder and CEO of Trace Network Labs. Before starting into the Web3 metaverses, I was primarily working with the fashion brands, helping them in adoption and implementation of cloud-based ERP solutions. And from 2018, I started building solutions on DLT, enterprise solutions. And some time back, like almost 2 years back, we started working on Trace Network Labs, which is a complete fashion and lifestyle adoption-centric metaverse tech stack, wherein the brands can launch their metaverse experiences, which has got a more adoption-centric inclination, wherein the brands can now engage people in metaverse shopping experiences, wherein they can also get the physical products delivered to their doorsteps, and various other similar kind of experiences which otherwise are not so, I would say, friendly for adoption. Like for example, today you are going into any metaverse, so you first need to buy a land and have some kind of event or occasions planned over there. So all those kind of experiences can be made accessible to larger mass and audiences with Trace Network Labs. Thank you.
So he's talking to us about experiences. Next we have Suhail, which actually works in conjunction to one of the large exchanges that has migrated to Dubai. So please tell us a little bit about maybe the role that exchanges plays in this as well.
Thank you, George. Hello to everybody. Very pleased to be here at this lovely event. Yes, as George mentioned, I'm actually with the exchange background, so maybe it would have been better for me to be on the other panel talking about exchanges. But I'm hoping to shed some light on the role of metaverse, maybe antagonize some of my colleagues here and take a bit of a devil's advocate role to see how the metaverse has grown. Yeah, I'm looking forward to speaking on this panel.
One of the challenges when you throw the party for the conference on the first day is that some of the speakers don't always show up for the second day. So we had kind of an intermediary speaker that replaced one of those missing speakers. But he has good experience in metaverse. So tell us a little bit about what you have done in this area.
Can you hear me? Hi guys, I'm Eliran. I'm in the blockchain industry in the last 8 years. I opened recently, my last project, a retail metaverse store. Currently is the first and only in the world. We are selling in one 4-on-4 little retail location in the main spot in the big city. Apple products, Fiat cars on the metaverse. We work together closely with Microsoft and Intel. So today, if you come to the store, you can go and buy an iPhone for 100% metaverse experience. The salesperson can talk to you from New York City and sell you an iPhone, and we have a storage inventory in the second floor that shipped on the special elevator the inventory that you just purchased, example, an iPhone. We are doing it, and it's now the store is actually open, very successful, very actually can show how you can make bring the retail world to a small piece of retail and save a lot of money for retail and also employees, because you can hire your employees actually in your corporate office and not hire them directly working on your store. So you can save a lot of money, millions for hiring people that can work in, example, if we're working with Best Buy right now. So they work in Ohio, but they can service in 1 hour people in Los Angeles, New York, and Texas. This happened thanks to the metaverse and thanks to the technology, and we are see how it will work in the future.
So we have an example of a metaverse being used for a store of technology. It could be used, for example, for agricultural projects. But we also have artists. Artists are a critical element of what has driven the adoption of NFTs. So who's the artist in the room? You have to guess. So. Yeah, you need to open it up. There, take this one.
Check. Hello, everyone. My name is Chris. I go with the artist name as Quantum. I've been in the art industry, especially in the music entertainment, for the last 18 years. I had my work featured on Netflix. I work with Xbox. I've been several charts entries to iTunes, Apple Music, around the world. Since I entered the Web3 space with a feature on Rarible, I entered to the #1 chart for a day, and then for about a week, we've been on the top 20. And then we start having a ton of invitations to soundtrack Web3, ventures and startups, metaverses. I'm super honored to work with some incredible artists here in Dubai, like Vesa and Amrita Sethi. With Amrita, we've done a couple of weeks ago the Jacob & Co. soundtrack for the opening here in Dubai. We've been building in like 4 metaverses right now, going for 5 metaverses, virtual spaces to empower artists and help them transition from Web 2 to Web 3. It's been like such a transformational journey for me, especially here in Dubai. The community has been so welcoming. I couldn't be like more grateful being alive in this music entertainment renaissance.
It was amazing, actually. Versa was supposed to be with us. He has actually done complete skinning of about 3 cars from Dr. Marwan El-Zaroni, for those that know, and these cars are being driven around Dubai. Now I say, why would I completely take my existing Tesla and skin it up with some NFT? I'll give you an idea. The typical Tesla today costs, let's say, $100,000. This skinned Tesla now today is going for anywhere from $400,000 to $500,000. So I think that I consider that probably a good investment. So we have a few other colleagues that please join us and introduce yourselves plus your experience in NFTs and Metaverse, please.
Hello, guys. Hello, yeah. Hello, guys. Myself, Bhavesh Thakkar. I am based out of Dubai. Our NFT marketplace is called as XDC. We are a decentralized NFT marketplace on XDC network, which is like a 222 compliant network. We have an active user of roughly around 12,000. We are live from last 10 months. We have celebrity projects from US to India to Dubai. We are onboarding quite a few sports personalities. So the plan is to have more and more functionality. By this month end, we'll have a staking option which will be going live for the NFT projects, which means that all the NFT projects who wants to stake, they will start earning interest. Also at the same time, we are multi-chain and cross-chain, which means we are on XDC network, but at the same time, we'll be available on Polygon, Algorand, Cardano, and vice versa. So that's it all about us.
And our last esteemed panelist, we've been spending a lot of quality time together, so please go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I am Prashant, and I am an NFT creator and artist. and well, I'm running two successful traditional market businesses in India and abroad. This space got my attention in 2021. After seeing, I mean, it was so boring for me in the 2017 and 18 to see people doing ICOs. I didn't get any interest in that until the NFTs came into existence. And it was great. I mean, everybody loves to follow their passion, and to have this big marketplace for your passion, it's insane. So just looking forward to do some great work in this wonderful and beautiful industry, and meet good people, collaborate, and create some successful businesses. Yep, that's it.
Okay, one of the most important elements about NFTs and metaverse is what I sometimes call the user experience or the user adoption. And how many people here in the audience have actually bought or are owners of NFTs? I want to have maybe a show of hands. So it's a small percentage of the audience, maybe about 30%. How many people here have gone on the metaverse and experienced an immersive virtual reality? How many have done it on their phone? And you see the ends going down and down. So I consider there's quite a few challenges. One is buying NFTs. It may not be a simple user experience that is accessible to everyone in this audience. And running the metaverse may need a very powerful computer, which may not be the kind of computer that you actually carry on your pocket, because today, the computer of choice of everyone on the planet is actually the mobile phone. So if you want to be successful in the usage of both of these technologies, definitely user adoption, friendliness is one of the challenges that needs to be addressed. But I want the elements and the members that are here from the panel to tell me, either for NFTs or metaverse marketplaces, what has been their challenges in driving their solution and how they have addressed these challenges. Yes, please go ahead.
Shall I start? Okay. So, I am basically from fashion industry, so I knew about fashion industry challenges and what exactly the industry is looking for when it comes to metaverses. And the time when we started building on our NFT marketplace, and the world's first realistic human-like looking avatar, that point of time we realized that there have been so many metaverses, but most of them, they were trying to fit in the same shoe size into all different legs. So it's like you cannot have one generic metaverse for all different type of industries. Every industry has a different use case, and accordingly, niche-based metaverses should be evolved. And that's from where we realized it's good that we focus on one single industry, because that's what is going to help the industry also to adopt it. And that's from where they can also start realizing that how the real adoption from their consumer point of view would also come into the metaverses. Originally, when we started working on building this kind of tech stack, we had a discussion with a lot of brands, especially the fashion brands. And majority of them, they were of the same opinion that they experienced so many of metaverses. Today, the metaverses are more about explorations, but nothing about wherein they can really make consumers to come back again, which was right actually by that point of time. We used to go into different metaverses. All what we can see was a colorful environment wherein concerts are happening. Some brands have got their stores over there, but what beyond that? Why would they go there again? That question was unsolved. So while discussing with them, we realized for a brand to call back the customer into the same metaverse store, we have to have something wherein their existing habits can be replaced. So if I look at majority of us today, now we are more forced to go online because it is very convenient for us to go for any kind of shopping online, right? And that convenience made us lose those experiences wherein we used to go with family and friends, acquaintances for shopping, wherein they used to suggest us what to wear and for what kind of occasion. Now those experiences are completely missing. Now today we are seeing one single screen, scrolling it and finding the right product, calling it. But to have that experience and connection with the brand, it is very important that you see that brand theme, that impulsiveness of shopping, whether it's a festival and you go in the brand store and it calls you that it's a festive season, let's buy something related to the festival. So those kind of experiences now can be made using a metaverse, number one. Number two, it has to have some kind of connection with our own physical life, wherein today we go on an e-commerce store, we are expecting some physical product coming to our doorsteps. Now that what has been missing, so many brands who have launched their stores today on metaverses, what maximum you can do. You can go there, buy the digital NFTs, which are just like good as collectibles. So that problem we found and now solved that, and while doing that, we are now about 2 weeks away from launching the world's first brand, which is capable of enabling the experience of shopping in metaverse and delivering to the doorsteps. So Beverly Hills Polo Club is going to be the first brand which is going to launch their store in metaverse powered by Trace, and which is UAE is going to the first country to have that experiences where the physical delivery is going to happen. Now you imagine this entire journey from the time when we started hearing about the metaverses and we started exploring it. These kind of use cases have to be enabled within the tech stack so that the adoption can be made easier. The other example which I was giving, today you go to Decentraland, if you want to have a party organized over there, first you need to either have a land, and then you can make sure that you can create an event or some kind of concert over there. So that's another part of experiences which eventually is going to be the future, wherein people would be having a lot of collaborations or some kind of events happening into the metaverse, wherein the metaverse technology is promising for that. But these kind of the areas which are creating reluctance in adoption has to be removed, wherein it should be easily available for the creators economy to come and create these kind of different experiences. A hall like this, so many 3D designers, they are capable of building these kind of experiences. They create virtual environments like this, and then this is available to each one of us, wherein we can choose one and then pay for a rent for that particular venue, and which the money is going to the creator also, and then they are easily able to launch an experience into the metaverse without buying the land over there. So all these things are pretty much needed for a real adoption into metaverses.
So brands, experience, mini-verses, and multiverse, interoperability of verses. So back to Suhail.
Sure. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. So I think the bigger question for me is very interesting to see just to look at where we've come from and where we're at right now with the metaverse. I think we're looking at a $20 billion industry, and a lot of the boom and the growth happened during around the same time that Facebook changed its name to Meta. And I think a sure way to look at a project as a good indicator of a success would be if Facebook were to onboard it, but more of a sign that everything that Facebook touches, they ultimately fail at. And I think when we look at the metaverse, the question is the hype over? I don't know. I'm just looking at it from one perspective to say that if we've had 400 million users till now, approximately, and most of the projects that I've met have been actually created during this time where the metaverse was on an all-time high in the search engine. The question for, I think, a lot of the people outside, from an exchange perspective, that we're seeing still a lot of projects that are listing their tokens. So that metaverse token ultimately will have a utility within that world, that realm of the metaverse, similar to how Sandbox sells their real estate. I don't think you're going to see properties selling for $100 million on Sandbox or Decentraland like you were. I personally think that in order for the metaverse to regain that initial momentum, I don't think in the short term it will, quite frankly.
So there has to be an integration between the real world, the physical world, and the digital NFT and metaverse world. So without this connection, it will be just artificial, or what we sometimes call perceived value of the assets. So what has made your metaverse e-commerce challenges and how you address them?
So like you said before me, bring it to the retail, the physical retail, it's weird, because if you go to my store, you literally talk to the wall. And so people say like, hold on, but there's a person in the wall. Is it a real person? Is it AI? We don't know. But in the end of the day, you take all the benefits from that, and you are making it other way you cannot steal anything from the store because all the thing in the store is also on the screen. So it's changing everything we know about physical retail, and we bring the online to the physical, and that's we can do thanks to the metaverse.
What about the artistic challenges?
Look, as an artist, what I want to see from a marketplace that wants to support me is give me access to communities. I want to be able to jump on first class should be educate me. Educate me as an artist. Okay, I've been around like digital art for the last couple of years. I've been around crypto for the last 6 years, but I know a ton of artists that they don't know what this space is, how they should frame their art around their product. So by educating, having like this layer inside the marketplace, give some 2, 3, 4 sessions of education to the artist. One. Second, develop your partnership model and have a ton of collectors so they can collect my art. Like third, give me access to Twitter Spaces and other like panels that I can appear and promote why I'm doing this. What's the utility? Is just art for the sake of it? That could be fine. We humans will collect art for like thousands of years. But is there something more? Can I become a part of the project? Imagine like if, for example, you were able to collect Rolling Stone NFT 30 years ago, where this price would be, and it's not just about the price and just pumping the token, it's just mainly being a part of the journey. Having like the singer of Metallica or the drummer of Metallica asking me, which songs can I play for the next performance? Or do you want to be a part of my video clip? Or you want to record with me in my album? This is like the community elevation and leverage we can achieve with NFTs in the music entertainment. And definitely I would agree that if we combine metaverse with an NFT marketplace, then we make the whole experience more interactive. And this can make the audience understand more and connect easier with the artist that can explain as an avatar the whole utility and the model of why he's doing this.
So, one important keyword, communities. You want to have your NFT and metaverse projects succeed, you better have communities. You're going to say, where can we find communities? Well, if you're a football player, football becomes a very big community. If you're a Formula One fan, it's a big community. And if you're an artist or a rock star, that's a very big community. So, or if you're a painter, and so on. Tell us a little bit more.
Check.
Hello, yeah. So I think challenges are inevitable, and challenges will keep on coming from the time when you initiate the project till the time the business is going on, till the time the marketplace is. Right from the technical aspect to the UI UX part, and moving from there, we started understanding that, okay, consumers or the users or the NFT projects, what exactly they need, and definitely it was through communities. Now, when we came across, there were quite a few projects which were not, either they were aware of NFTs, what NFTs are, but then they needed more help, more support, and also help them in building their communities and all. So we came up with a backward integration. We have our own in-house demo studio, which help all the NFT projects for no cost, right from taking care of their gas fee to incubating their project. Completely we take care of everything for no cost. Besides that, when we understood that, okay, what if their NFTs are not getting sold and if they want to stake it, now with smart AI and machine learning, the staking options have been generated. So slowly, gradually, every step, we are also evolving. We are also trying to get into the next step moving forward. Now, within this couple of months' time, we have an award ceremony happening in a metaverse for the best NFT projects on our NFT marketplace. And also, there are some metaverses which have reached out to us where they want to have a gallery of NFT projects with our marketplace and our NFTs. So I think we are also evolving. We are also trying to change and adopt things and technology where, the NFT projects are also getting some kind of support and help for whatever advanced, things which we can bring in. Just for your information, we are not funded, we are bootstrapped, and we are struggling, but we are there for long. We'll be there for sure.
So you're basically incubating the projects, you're providing them like a greenhouse so they can grow and actually be successful as well. So almost like a launch pad effect. From the artist's perspective?
Having a traditional market experience, I'm highly focused on having, the NFTs which have a real world use case, a utility. 2021, everybody saw it was insane. I mean, PFP selling like crazy, Beeple selling 69 million, BAYC, MAYC, everybody. But now if you see the videos, the feedback on YouTube, people say, oh, NFT gone to zero. It's like, oh, are they a scam? Oh, no. So it's a responsibility. I mean, if we are artists, and I agree with my brother here that the best part about this industry is that it's a community-driven industry. So, you can really create real-world assets out of NFTs and give them real value so that people don't find it a scam, but really start trusting this technology. I mean, it's happening everywhere. NFTs, music industry will do great in NFTs, the collectible industry, the art, the ticketing industry, and what I'm interested in is the utility-based industry. So it's going to be great. I think if we start we have to take this technology to the traditional market. I mean, this is how a 10 billion market cap of the NFT will go to 100 billion and a trillion in next 10 years if we take this technology to the traditional market and they start trusting it. So it's going to be insane. It's a huge market.
Can I just ask a question? Do you believe that the NFT and metaverse industry is going to 10x in the next 10 years? That's just my question.
I mean, of course.
I just want to ask a question to the audience here. How many people actually use the metaverse on a daily basis? Do we have one person? Two? Okay, so from my perspective, I'm just seeing that we do seem to have a little bit of a roadblock with a lot of the projects.
No, see, every industry has roadblocks. It's just about having the right people. If there are right people who are here in this industry to sustain, who have a 20-year roadmap, who feel that, okay, I sold an NFT project in 3 seconds, make a sale record, but still I have a responsibility. I have a responsibility towards my community. So if you take care of that, you sustain it, people will start trusting it. Like 2021, everybody wanted to put money in the NFT space, and everybody did. But right now, oh shit, they're gone. Bubble. So, yeah.
I think after every winter, a spring will come. So I think the spring is starting, or the snow is starting to melt. I think our time is...
I feel the same way. Just to
ahead.
clarify about that, I'm not saying that it's initial hype, but in terms of realistic growth, I think it's time for projects, whether it's NFT or metaverse, to start actually delivering in terms of the utility. That's the whole
start
point.
Delivering, yes.
That we can obviously build there, but if there's the rhetoric keeps continuing and we see the same lines, the same one-liner, the same things that are being said over and over, it gets very repetitive, and sometimes we need to see more from that, and hopefully we can.
It's just a two-year-old industry.
Innovation. Okay, so we have lots of ideas, I'm sure, in the audience out there. Time is almost up, so I'm going to give everybody in the panelists a chance to do what I call the 1-minute closing remarks, which is their nuggets to take with you when you go back home to your own offices. I will give you my own nuggets, which is part of EcoX. EcoX is something we started almost 6 years ago in Dubai. Today is the largest blockchain community. We do it weekly, and consistency is very important. But we have a very simple mathematical formula, and we call this MBC. M stands for money, B stands for brains, and C stands for contacts. So if you want to have a successful business in NFT, metaverse, you need to have funds that invest in your project successfully. You need to have smart people that actually help you build the project, so you need to have a good team. And the most important ingredient is the last one, is contacts, relationships, business development that actually drives your project to success. So what is your recipe or your nuggets for the audience?
So all I can say is, like, for any industry, definitely there is a phase wherein you experiment with a lot of things, and then using those experiences, you end up building something which makes sense to one set of audience. It cannot be one thing for everyone. So it's like now in last 2 years, I think majority of the industry, especially the fashion industry and the industry related to events and concerts, they have experience where the metaverse and NFTs can help them in creating more adoption-centric experiences. It's time to build up something which is more true to life, which can help you to engage in those activities which complement your existing habits. So I think that's the direction we are picking up, and gradually there will be more adoption we can see in this direction. And the NFTs, definitely it's a blessing in this overall technology part, wherein it gives you a lot of exposures, and especially on the community building part also, wherein you engage with a certain set of communities with the NFTs, NFT holders. So I think it's not very far that wherein we would see that each one of us would be experiencing one or other form of metaverses for some kind of activities, engagements, and collaborations. And looking forward to see you all, and definitely your feedbacks are going to help us as a technology companies to where we have to go.
Swell.
I would reflect the sentiments that I shared earlier. I believe that if you're looking at an investment opportunity, I do believe that there will be, as you said, a spring after every winter, but choose carefully, make sure that you've researched the project and you believe in the true utility of what is being proposed. I believe when Corona happened, we were all supposed to be locked up, and face-to-face conferences still exist for a reason, even though we still had fears of the pandemic. So I still see a lot of room of development, and hopefully this can foresee in the future, and more things can come into the metaverse, like AI. And AI paired with VR, I do think is a very good thing for any project to take into consideration. And me personally, as an investor, would look at it, and yes, I would encourage people to also keep their eyes open and make sure that they're fully on board with any project, their thesis, the backing of the founders going forward.
Yeah, if you know about AI, have a look at ChatGPT. So when you go back home, do a Google search on that and play with that. Final words.
Like everything else in new technology, it takes years to track and be successful. I think it will take a couple of years, but we already see how it's impacted the world, especially with the retail, and we still have to work harder to develop the system, to train the people, to make everybody, clients, customers, get used to something new like that. Like before, what happened when the revolution of the web, everything changed, and it takes years. People thought they're going to lose their job, it's going to be something awful, but in the end of the day, everybody's getting benefits from that.
So NFTs and metaverse creates more jobs. So the region is always looking for jobs.
Looking for jobs and giving jobs to artists. So we have an incredible opportunity next week to demonstrate some of our, like one of our virtual spaces with Weavers. Thanks, Crypto Granny, about that. So yeah, we created like a pyramid with 3 layers. The first layer is a virtual venue. The second layer is a music store that we're gonna like tokenize and sell music for the metaverse and soundscapes for the metaverse. Because I was always very frustrated about like these 3-minute songs in the music industry that you have to follow a specific principle, the intro, the hook, and then the middle eight, etc. But in the metaverse, we have the opportunity to give artists way more creative flow, because I don't want to listen to a song inside the metaverse. I want to amplify my UX. I want to amplify my experience. I want to just like immerse myself way more inside this virtual environment, and the music has the power, because it's frequency, it's creation, to activate and accelerate that. So what we're doing next week at tomorrow, we're inviting a few artists. And because you said before about the recipe for success, first word that came to me is synergy. I arrived here because of synergy. People introduced me to be on this stage. I introduced other people to come and play with us and perform and find the opportunity to express themselves through the medium of the metaverse, which is 3D worlds for social function. So I would say that please join us at tomorrow next week and experience what we're creating for the virtual
Some
world.
important keywords here: immersive, activations, and so on.
Thank you.
Those are all important keywords for your success. What's your recipe for success?
I think I would say that what you said is right, and that's what we follow, MVC. And for the technical aspect, we have a CTO who's definitely totally taking care. He's the backbone for all the technological part, whatever going behind any kind of DApp which we have. I come from an education background before entering into Web3 space. So 2 decades of my life I have spent in education with all the goodwill and credibility in India, in Dubai and other part of the world. I'm here to stay, and whatever happens, whatever may come, and we are definitely believe in one thing, consistency. So business development, contacts, networking, and credibility is what I personally believe in. Besides that, I don't see there is a success. You have to show that trust and you have to show that confidence in your project, and you have to be whatever it comes in life.
So consistency and education. Final words.
Yeah, they said everything. I mean, there's nothing left to say. But yeah, I would just like to conclude by saying that it's just a 2-year-old industry, and it's expanding. It's going to be huge. I mean, you have the largest brands in the world, like Nike. You have Starbucks. All are into the space. So of course, it shows us that it's a big space, and the biggest brands are in the market right now. Huge potential. All of us, everybody here has a community. Everybody can do your own NFT project in your own markets. So, I mean, it's going to be great. And yes, I agree, we have to be consistent, not greedy. It's of course, a life-changing opportunity in this industry. So, we have to be consistent and have some patience and some time, and we can make it a very strong industry.
So, big brands. Everybody knows that Dubai is a brand, so Dubai is investing massively in the metaverse. So we also have a big brother not too far from here, which is Saudi Arabia, which is becoming also a brand and investing very big in metaverse through Neom, which is started as one project, but now it's actually 5 projects as well. So this is all the time that we had because, it says their time is up. We want to give a chance to the other speakers as well. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be with here today, and I hope it was enjoyable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, George, for that very insightful discussion. It's really fascinating to hear so much more about the utilities of NFTs and their importance into the metaverse as we're slowly making that progression. And up next, we have what I'm going to consider a very important chat, because I am staying on stage. You're going to get a bit longer of me speaking, and I'm going to be speaking with Kumar Gaurav, who is the CEO and founder of Cashaa, and we are going to be doing a discussion a little bit about the secrets of the banking industry within crypto. So please come up on stage, Kumar, and let's have our discussion. Do we need a microphone? No, you're good. Yeah, you don't need a microphone? Can everyone hear Kumar? Yeah, I think so. I don't think you... Are we going to sit down? Yeah, we're going to take a seat. Right, perfect. So let's start our discussion. So actually, well, firstly, I have a podcast, so I should be quite good at holding interviews, so I hope this one goes well. And I also have a background in corporate finance, so banking is one of the many different assets which I've done over my time developing into the crypto industry. And I find it fascinating what Cashaa are doing and the issues actually that crypto companies do face in terms of banking. So why don't we start understanding a little bit about the problems that most crypto companies have when they try to establish bank accounts.
Yeah, so you just say the problem. The problem is that crypto is something which is still very new, and as a regulated institution, it's very difficult, especially for the banks, to understand the business model. So we started in 2016, which was quite early for crypto companies. We are today 7 years later. The banks have been matured, the system integrators, the payment processors have more knowledge of crypto, the compliance, but still it is not the scale which we need. So imagine what was in 2016. You know, even the likes of, I think, Coinbase was getting shut down till 2018-19.
Yeah.
So what we have figured it out at a very early stage is that it's not the problem is in the crypto companies or something. It's a two-way problem. One is the crypto companies also lacks the compliance infrastructure because there is not one. So they have to do everything by themselves. While on the other side, the banks always had this problem that they don't know what is the business and how much the business is going to come. So it's a black box risk which they were taking. And the result of that was that most of the crypto companies was denied for any kind of regulated services, including the bank accounts. And that's what we worked, and finally, I think in 2019, we opened our first account. And since then, we are, going up and up.
Yep, Casha's been growing. And it's so true because we sort of forget when you're within this industry how new it is. You're talking about the banking system is archaic. It's been going on for hundreds of thousands of years, the whole monetary system. And we're in a time now where we're taking on board a whole new technology. It's a whole new realm that we haven't seen before. So how do Cashaa approach that? What sort of due diligence do you do in order to ensure these crypto companies are complying with all of your investigations?
Yeah, we cannot be like 100% sure that we are onboarding only the good actors, because I think we were also the bankers for the likes of Luna. But obviously we learned a lot with this, especially when you are banking a major portion of the crypto industry. It's not possible that we know that every company we are onboarding is 100% good. But we do have a very rigorous process. I think normally for a bank account, especially for the corporate accounts, we take anywhere between 6 to 10 weeks. We try to figure out as many as things, what jurisdiction they are, what licenses they have. So that's all said and done. I think that's what we are doing. But because we are a little early in the industry, what happened that we are connected with the industry also. So we understand at least who were the early innovators. That's what the easy area to start. So for example, when we talk about the let's say, for example, likes of Binance, or in India we have CoinDCX or BitBNS, and all these big VC funded. So there is few companies which have become very easy to onboard. But then there are companies and business model which was not also very clear for us. So we have to keep educating, but because our background in this space a little early, that helps us to understand the risk and most important, understand the business model so that we can onboard those companies.
Of course, when you've been in this new industry long enough, I feel like you learn about companies quicker, you know the red flags to look for. Even as someone working, within the space, I see projects and I think, this sounds like an interesting route to take. Are you sure your white paper really represents what you're doing? So, we all have the ability to review companies, but for Cashaa, you've been in the industry long enough to sort of know what you're looking for. And as you say, it's not 100% proof, but you're there to support these companies and help them to establish their banking system so they can be successful within this. You are the foundations, basically, of so many businesses out here, so many different companies. And in terms of, obviously, you have a large client base, but what are some of your main competitors, like new companies getting into the industry?
I say, no, that's 5 years ago, it was a complete different. I think today, in fact, the big high streets banks are slowly started to opening up. Glad that none of the UAE banks. I'm still happy for that.
Keep it that way.
Yeah, keep it that way, because of course that keeps our business going, right?
So we can have events like this. So the UAE don't.
We have a lot of, especially US, because we are a US bank. We are mostly regulated in US. So we have a Metropolitan, we have a Silvergate, there is a lot of different banks which are in the same line. So one thing which we are doing, being early adopter or early innovator in the industry, that we are trying to see that how we can stay ahead of the competition. That's the only thing we can do. We have to constantly improve us, we have to innovate us. That's what we are doing. So most of these big banks, they are not still, if you see, the on-ramp and off-ramp systems, they are still missing. So what we are trying to see that if we can expand our currencies. So currently today I think the biggest pair biggest fiat which we support is still United States dollar, then euro, and then GBP if we talk about the client base. So we are trying to see that what are the other regulations or other jurisdictions we can include. We are very happy and flexible to work with the other smaller banks in different countries, see that if we can bring our competency, we can bring our compliance structure to that country and to those banks and see if we can onboard them.
Yeah, so giving your clients a bit more option and trying to stay on top of your competitors and outperform them, be better. You've got the history and you can just keep pushing on and, as you say, innovate. In this space, it's all about innovation. And how about being within the bear market right now? How has Cashaa found that as sort of banking in crypto?
Yeah, of course, we have less business now. I think all our client base in last 7 to 8 months, we have closed roughly, I don't have exact numbers, but at least 100 plus companies accounts because either they were planning to file for bankruptcy or the statements were not good. So yeah, of course, it all reflects on our P&L. So what we are planning, like I think we have spent enough time and we have stayed strictly business to business. We never thought the need to come out and tell people that, okay, we need more customers. I think that's now that in this, and one of the things which happened, we have seen a lot of likes of Luna and the other companies who have crashed down, and these companies were quite young. That's very surprising that, that it's so young companies. If we talk about FTX or we talk about Luna or Celsius, they were very, very young companies. So one of the things which we are decided to do in this bear market, that how about we start to see what we can do directly to the end consumer. So that's one of the reasons that we have released a mobile wallet. It's not very fancy or very high-tech thing to say that we finally, after 7 years, we got a mobile application, but we feel proud of it that now we have a mobile app which can be used by the general audience, directly B2C consumers. And some of the benefit, be it the regulation, be it the security, be it the compliance, we can bring directly to the end user and see that if that something can help to the industry even more.
And what's been the biggest challenges moving from B2B to B2C? Have you faced many challenges as Cashaa to make that transition?
I think we are still facing a lot of challenges. It's a lot of work because coming from B2B, how our compliance is designed, how our salespeople are designed, that's completely different. When you go to B2C, we remember in the early days, we were even happy to do, I don't know if we have some of the customers here, we were doing transactions on email. You send us an email and we do the transaction in your behalf. We didn't even have a software. We're like, okay, let's leave the software aside. Let's solve the problem. So if you have a company who want to store, let's say, $5 million, $10 million, let's provide them the space. Let's do everything on the email. Ask them the email when they want to send the money, and just keep it like that. So yeah, tech is certainly one of the. It's very easy to say that it's very easy to build all this tech, but I think when you are overly regulated and compliant, it also becomes very difficult. So tech certainly been one of the challenges for us, and especially now when we are going to B2C, we can't onboard new customers asking them email to send transactions. So yeah, we need the application, so that's something which we are dealing with. That's why we feel a lot of proud to have something out which is which can be used by the end user. Also, it took us a lot of time to convince the regulators in different market, because when it comes to B2C product, the compliance process, not on the company side, but on the regulator side, it increases. We have to be more thorough. We have to understand that what people are doing, because now you are trying to increase. So today, let's say if we are managing 600 clients.
Yeah, it's volume you're increasing a lot.
I can name maybe 50 of my clients right now, right? But once you have, I don't know, maybe 1 million customer, you cannot know that. So you need more automated compliance systems, more powerful AML systems. So all these things, and we are working on that. And it's a constant process. It's not something which we just have to put it. So that's something I think we have to keep building it, because also the regulation is updating. By the time we implement something new, you already have something new coming in.
Yeah, we are within an iterative industry which constantly is changing. And obviously you've seen over the years many companies coming to you with their ideas and, you know, looking for banking. So what would be your best advice to companies that are starting out in the crypto industry when they're trying to apply to get a bank account, something like that? What do you look for, key aspects of crypto companies? Is there anything?
Yeah. I have a whole list. First, the easier and the cleaner the company structure is, the better it is. That's number one. Try, because now we are in the age, it's not anymore 2016, 2018, not 2020. Try to have a compliance guy in your team who understand the compliance, who can at least write the same things which you as a founder writing, ask a professional to write us. And that's what helped us in the beginning a lot. So all our relationship managers, they are a little more trained in this, that when they are talking to the new founders, they try to help them to structure their words, how they are putting. Because sometimes it's also important how you say things, right? How you are putting it, not just assume everything. And so that's this is one of the biggest reason we have seen for the rejection, is that the papers were not in order. The business is not described very well. There is no risk indicators in the business. So if you write, which requires just a professional, if you have an AML and compliance guy which is professional, who have at least 2 years of experience, you don't need like a 10 years of experience guy, I think you can get an account. It's not very complicated, but you have to have these basic infrastructure.
And I'm sure you've had lots of success stories of crypto companies coming to you, establishing their bank accounts, and then absolutely smashing it as companies as well.
Yes. We take proud. I think more than, more than at least 50 companies we onboard, they all are unicorn. So
which is
so that's obviously we take proud, and that's one of the reasons we now became very slow in onboarding new businesses, because many of these businesses have become huge. Some of them became mega huge. So the transactions have increased anyway.
Yeah.
So, and the industry is growing continuously.
It definitely is. Look at the amount of people here today.
It's growing continuously. So, yeah, even we don't onboard, I think we are making the impact which we can make to this crypto industry. And we are quite happy with that.
Yeah, as I was saying, Cashaa, you are the foundation of everything. Without banking, there is no company. So everyone sort of needs Cashaa.
Yeah, if you are dealing in the fiat side, if you are DeFi model, or if you're, because I think I'm a believer, it's not that I had any dream to start a banking system for the crypto company. I did it because of the need.
Yeah.
Because a lot of our friends in early 2014, 2015 were struggling for it. So it's not that I did it because it was my born dream that I'm going to do this. We did this because industry needed it. And I'm very happy to switch to something else or do something else. I have a lot of hobbies which I would like to do in case even we don't need it relevant in the industry. But I think we got a good team which is constantly pushing and keep adding new product. And I think that's keeps us relevant almost every year by year.
Yeah, I think watch this space, especially as you're transitioning to more consumers, onboarding more. I mean, the app is coming. When is the app coming?
It's already live.
Oh, the app is already live?
You can download it. That's why now we started making a small promotion around it. So you can download, give us a feedback. Excuse me if there are mistakes. We are trying to, we are learning. What we are bringing is a little regulation, a security, a trust, which we have given to more than 500 crypto companies. We are not perfect. We have to learn, and we are very open to learn. Doesn't matter how old we become. We have to keep learning from the, especially going B2C.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare, I think. We will have a separate discussion on this, but yeah, I'm very proud that we are doing this.
There's still so many positives to come, and yeah, as you say, they can scan the QR code outside. You're giving away 10 dirhams as well, aren't you? Yes, why not? Why not? So yeah, thank you so much, Kumar. It's been really insightful. I think everyone would agree how fascinating it's been, and good luck with everything.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Want to take some questions?
Yeah, any questions, anyone? If they're...
If
from the
anyone have a
audience?
question, I'm very happy to take at least one or two. If not, we can talk later. Or we can talk in, I don't know, high tea, after party,
Oh,
whatever.
you're going to
you
be,
guys
yeah, Kuma's going to be here for the rest of the day.
want. Perfect, let's finish it. Okay. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you.
Resources. Live.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being so patient. We're just taking a little short pause. It shouldn't be too long, but as you can see, we have a setup. This is His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan Marabak Al Nahyan, who will be joining us here this evening. We just need to
Fire,
set up the stage
a first-layer
little bit for
decentralized
him. So if you wouldn't
blockchain
mind, you can take,
ecosystem
like, a
where
little
blockchain
couple of
meets
minutes
sustainability,
break, grab some
where
water,
profit
grab
meets
some tea and
benefit.
coffee. Up
Fire
next,
is the
we have a
fifth-generation
fascinating
benefit-driven
panel discussion
blockchain
about
that
gaming
bridges the
that you're
gap
not gonna wanna
between
miss.
blockchain
And then
and
we
sustainability.
have a chat with Da
The
Vinci,
first,
so that will be coming
if
up
not
after
the
the panel
best
discussion.
of its kind.
So around 5 minutes.
Sustainability by
Thank you,
design,
everyone.
security, upgradable scalability, nominated proof of stake, plus proof of benefit, plus proof of on-chain and off-chain donation equals proof of Fire.
Versus. Live. See this hero.
Fire, a first-layer decentralized blockchain ecosystem where blockchain meets sustainability, where profit meets benefit. Fire is the fifth-generation benefit-driven blockchain that bridges the gap between blockchain and sustainability. The first, if not the best, of its kind. Sustainability by design, security, upgradable scalability, governance and democracy, future-proof and forkless upgradability, and interoperability are part of the architectural framework that Fire firmly guarantees. Fire incorporates sustainability into the network's base layers and the decision-making processes that are fundamental to the system. And how does Fire accomplish this? Introducing Proof of Fire, nominated proof of stake, plus proof of benefit, plus proof of on-chain and off-chain donation equals Proof of Fire.